Hello everybody, welcome back to the show. Today I'm going to be doing a debate on veganism. I've never done a debate on veganism before. I hope I don't end up being too sweaty. The air conditioning is currently broken in my house, so y'all are going to have to bear with me. I know it's painful, but yeah, without further ado, the person I'm going to be debating today has been waiting very patiently, so I feel very bad. So, as a result of me feeling very bad, what I will be doing today is I am going to be debating them, okay? I go debate them now. Alright. Greetings and salutations, comrade.
Oh god, as I never told you, you're probably the best at preparing in the world.
I know I am, I'm so good, right?
You wanna add something to the call?
Yeah, sure. That's right, I forgot. Hold on one sec. Alright. Can you guys hear me? Alright.
Okay. I'm on the stream as well.
Alright.
Actually, I made definitely do like a 5-minute. I had to play some music before the stream starts. You feel me, Femyoz?
Oh, I never do that personally, but sure.
I like. Probably because you're a thief of joy.
No, it's because I don't like to leave my viewers waiting for 5 minutes. I stream right away.
Oh, yeah, just like you left me waiting for how many hours? Exactly. All right. Have a good one. I'll be back.
All right.
Give me just a moment.
So chat, the weather do be nice, huh? But yeah, but yeah, today I've never done a veganism debate, so this will be the first time. I have no idea how this is gonna go, because it's not even something I've really thought about that much. So I'm gonna wing this. You better believe I did absolutely zero preparation, if you can believe that. Who would have guessed? I mean, who knows? Maybe my mind gets changed. Maybe these will be mind-blowing arguments. You never know. Anyways, I really hope that my, I'm streaming, right? I think I am. I need to make sure I'm streaming. Hold on. I'm an actual...
You are in fact streaming. I can see your stream on my For You page.
Oh, okay, good. I'm like an actual idiot sometimes, I swear. Well, originally I originally streamed a different, or like I had started streaming and then I realized the audio wasn't working, and I decided, you know what, it's so early in the stream that I'm gonna... So there's 2 streams apparently. I don't know which one. There's 2 streams apparently. Okay, wait, hold on.
Looks like your thumbnail is like it's you versus
vegan teacher. I didn't know who to put. I don't.
Famous vegan teacher.
I just
What's up?
That looks just like Dingo. To be fair.
Hey,
yeah,
are we seriously doing this shit? Wait, hey, we're talking about me.
Different thumbnail, and then I like.
You want to see my thumbnail?
What?
Thumbnail? Let's look at the chat there. This is my thumbnail.
Hold on. Chat, you got...
Killer? You could be a killer. This is good.
I love it.
Kid genius. I'm the kid genius, by the way. You're the Percocet killer.
I thought I was the kid genius. What? I mean, I'm an adult, but still.
No, you've been replaced. You've been replaced. You really have been. You've been replaced.
No.
I'm gonna open your chat, and if anyone insults me, I'm gonna have to address them.
I don't think there's any. I don't know if there's anyone on my stream yet, cause my I don't think there's any. I don't know if there's anyone on my stream.
Dude, all your thumbnails. What is this Staffo? Synth will said they'll be right back, so we'll just like a pre-debate discussion.
Staffo is my son.
Dude, not gonna lie, I had no. Is it public who your familial connection is, or can I say that or not?
Oh, you mean my older bro Mango? Yeah, no, that's completely private information. Nobody knows that Neon Caffeine / Mango is my older brother.
Hey, listen. Hey, you're trying to say that I'm the bad guy because I came out here and asked first. That means I'm the good guy, okay? By definition, I'm the good guy for doing that.
I'm the good guy.
I'm the Batman. You're the Joker who thinks it's okay to support the rape of animals, okay? That's the word that we're living in right now.
Yo. I only support the murder of animals if it's like, but like only in like a good way. Like, okay, So what I mean by that is
Okay.
animal suffering is bad, animal murder is good. Okay,
The debate's
that's
not
my
started.
opinion.
The debate has not started yet. Okay?
No, I
You
know.
can't
I'm
get
just
into
putting
this
my
stuff.
position out there because I do have a weird take. I don't know if you're gonna expect it or not, but I think you probably will now.
I think I just warn you that there's a lot of different ways this conversation can go, and I've cataloged them all into this little neat dialogue tree. You're like an NPC for me to fuck
Ooh, I'm
with.
an NPC.
I don't even see you. I don't even see you as a human. Okay.
Okay.
And
Well,
when I
interesting,
say
'cause
that, I don't mean as one of the Nazis you talk to usually. I mean that as in I'm the main character in my own movie. Everybody else, side characters.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
I'm the A plot. You're the C plot. You're not even the B plot.
Wow.
The C plot.
Fuck you, man. What the hell?
You're
I'm
like
the
side
I'm the main
no
character.
one
What do you
likes.
mean? I'm the main character. Okay?
Maybe I don't know. Maybe for like a porno or something, but certainly not any mainstream television show.
Hey, at least I'm hot enough to be the main character in a porno.
Hey, listen. At least I've got enough dignity to bow out of something like that. But hey, listen. To each their own. So listen, this is gonna be good. I don't know what Synth's doing here. Quite.
I'm
maybe
interested.
that. I wonder if Synth will keep me waiting longer than you did. That's actually interesting. We'll see. We should time it actually. By the way, I feel like I need to tell the stream what happened with this motherfucker. This motherfucker. We scheduled a debate yesterday. By the way, if we want to talk about the fucking doxing Discord chat, maybe if the debate gets heated, I'll be using that against you. So gird your loins, buddy.
Well, I
But-
didn't dox you. The other person was like being weird, but
Yeah, bro.
They were
24
like-
hours
they
in your
weren't, like,
server
being- I
already
don't
got
know.
doxed.
to be fair though, in the call, like it wasn't like a weird like 40-year-old or anything. They ended up turning on their face cam and it was like a literal child. Like, so I
Also,
like
that
felt
person
bad.
signed me up for Ukrainian military service. Like fuck. I heard they said they're coming out to get me, so fuck. But
I don't know. They look pretty harmless to me. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe you know,
Maybe
kids can be
maybe it
cruel.
looks
You know
deceiving.
what they say?
I don't know. Maybe looks are deceiving.
Maybe looks are deceiving. You never know. This is exactly what you say when you go into a club and trick some guy into thinking you're a girl.
Hell
Good
yeah.
memes.
Hell yeah. Well, I don't know if I'd pass well enough for that because I haven't learned makeup and my voice. I haven't done any voice training. But when I go on
No, dude, all you
HRT
need to do to pick people up, right, is tell them you are on Keffals' make or break.
so
no joke.
true.
Anytime,
So true.
any bitch, anywhere, they'll immediately. By the way, there's one person in your chat who's typing lots and like wants me to address their arguments. You need to shut
Ooh.
your mouth, buddy. Sit down and listen.
Well, that's me.
This stream's for you.
Don't
This stream is for
bully
you to
my
be
chat.
educated. Actually, I just realized I have more clout than you. I got more subs. I got more followers.
Enjoy it
This
while
is
it
crazy.
lasts.
Well, it lasts.
Yeah.
God, I guess I'll be enjoying the next like 50 years of my life now. I guess I'll be enjoying
I
that.
don't know.
That's good stuff.
How many subscribers did you
I
get
don't know.
last
We'll
month?
see. Actually, do you want to check? This could be good.
Yeah,
Dick
I don't
measuring
know.
contest before we even get
I don't know.
into the debate.
Socialblade.com. All right. Hold on. Let me go search.
I got 257 subscribers in the last 28 days.
Fuck! I had 228 in the last 30. God damn it.
Yikes. Seems like I'm a success. Seems like I am a success.
Don't you worry. My growth is exponential.
Okay, well, my growth is exponential. Jesus.
Fuck you.
We-
It's no, your growth is a square
Extraponential.
No, your growth is like a square root function. It just slows
Hey,
down over
listen.
time.
Well, let's get to the root of the problem here. You think you're a lot better than you really are. Okay, that's the root of the problem.
I don't know.
Have you ever watched a dingo video?
I don't think I have, to be honest. Do you want me to watch
Channel,
one on
make sure you're
stream?
subbed, by the way.
What?
Yeah, watch one on stream until Synth comes out. Let's watch one.
All right.
Take your
let's-
pick. They're all
They're all
equally good.
masterpieces.
They're all fucking Martin Scorsese masterpieces. You have to stream though.
Okay, yeah. Hold on. Wait. What's your YouTube? Is your YouTube called Dingo or?
It's DINGOKAY. That should come up. Dingo K.
Oh,
D.
Okay, never mind.
I-N-G.
No,
Okay,
no,
I'm
never mind.
here.
Synth-
I'm here and I'm ready to go.
Synth is back.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen.
Oh, I'm already
I'm ready.
subscribed to you. I think I might have. Oh, I watched your Destiny versus Vaush video. That was actually a really good video.
It
I
was.
know, right?
I remember that video.
Yeah, that
All
was
my
good.
videos are
Okay.
good.
Okay, yeah, you're.
All right,
okay.
all right. So look, you guys are debating, right?
Hell yeah, we are.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
The topic is should you be vegan or what's the topic?
It's veganism. In
I
general,
think-
I think.
Well, I think if we want to set a more specific topic, maybe something like it is unethical to not be a vegan could be good.
Well, those all
Sure,
sound
yeah, I
like the
think that's
exact same thing. I don't see a single fucking difference between any of those three props, but that's fine. I guess you guys ready to stay? You guys ready to go? If I start like ask you both to start reading out your openings or whatever you want to go with. You want to
Yeah.
go with like quick? I don't know. How much time do you guys need for your openings?
Not much.
I don't know.
For me. I haven't written
um,
anything down.
well,
I'm winging it.
I do last very long. This is true. So,
Jesus
I
Christ,
think-
you are
Hey,
a
yo.
child. Think of behavior.
hey, well, okay, you interpreted it like that. I was just, I don't know why you brought that into the conversation. Now you look like the
Oh,
weirdo.
okay. No, that's what you think. Every normal person knows what you're fucking implying, you piece of shit.
I don't know. The moderator's schizo, guys. I don't know.
Yeah, the moderator's gonna. Look, I'm gonna be incredibly biased against Dingo in this one.
No. You can't. Winkson? Come on, you can't do that.
Okay, so look. If you are you guys both okay with like a 2-minute opening statement, and then you guys can go into cross-examination or crossfire?
Mhm.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure.
All right.
All right, so,
do you want to go first, or
Would
do
you
you
like
want me
me
to
to go first, or?
I can go first if you want. I don't know. I don't have that much. To
I'll
say.
I'll go first. My opening statement is: it is wrong to pay for animal rape. Go ahead.
My opening statement is I think that there's I don't think that choosing to not eat animals is going to change the industry at all. I think that there are problems with the meat industry and whatnot, but like you may as well boycott Hogwarts Legacy, right? Like I feel like it's not really going to do anything, and it's not the murder of animals in of itself that I have a problem with. It's animal suffering that I have a problem with. Because if conscious beings are suffering, then that's a problem. You there?
Hello?
Hello?
You there?
Yeah, we can. I can hear. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All
Did you
right.
hear what I said?
Wait, what did you say?
Okay. So should you boycott like buying slaves or like buying child porn?
I think that's what do you mean by buying slaves? Like, I feel like that's a little bit of a false equivalency there. I mean,
Are you retarded?
okay, buying
It's called
slaves.
a reductio, my friend.
Okay, so when it comes to buying slaves, when you are
You
when
don't know what
when
buying
you-
slaves
when are you-
is?
Okay, well, actually, if you bought slaves when slavery was legal,
Yeah.
buying slaves in of itself would not have been the problem. Mistreating slaves would have been, because if you didn't buy that slave, somebody else would have.
So is there anything wrong with slavery?
I think there's a problem with slavery, yes.
Okay, what's the problem with slavery?
Well, it is it is a violation of basic human rights, and
Okay, awesome. So should you boycott buying slaves?
I mean, are we talking about like as in
It's a very simple
back
question,
when
my friend.
if
It's
are we
very
talking
simple.
about like first of all, what kind of slavery are we talking about? Are we talking about indentured servitude? Are we talking about
And-
chattel slavery? Hello? Am I lagging?
Here, do you want me to pick a specific type of slave?
Yeah,
no,
pick a-
I can
pick
hear
a-
you, man.
Yeah, pick a specific slavery type or era or whatever.
Okay. Let's say southern fucking America person enslaved picking cotton on the farms.
Okay. I would say that. All right. So, buying slaves. I would say
Yeah.
that.
Most people,
Back
most
then-
normal people on the street, by the way, would say yes, you should boycott buying slaves. I just think it's interesting that
So
you're
okay,
having some
my
issue with
my philosophy there, and that is the easy default response. I agree, but my response to that would be, if you buy slaves but then don't make them do any slave labor, and you just like kind of like you like just give them housing and just like are really because it's either that or the alternative is somebody else buys them, and so it's like if you just like sort of like don't make
So
them do any
should you
work.
boycott buying slaves?
Well, if you buy slaves and then you don't make them do any work, then it's like, is it really that bad? If
you
like
think
everybody
mo-
else is buying slaves, I mean, if you think
Have
about
you-
it, you're
have you-
actually
have you
saving them.
violated-
You're actually decreasing human suffering there because somebody else would have bought them.
Have you violated those people's rights if you own them as property?
no more so than their rights would have been violated. Alternatively, like, what is the alternative there? Somebody else
Have
buys
you
them. Somebody else...
violated those? You're such a weasel, man.
No, think about
Have
it.
you
What is the
violated the?
alternative?
No,
What is...
it's. I think actually most people like the
Compared to the
alternative
alternative,
is
no.
the alternative is abolitionism. Okay, so have you violated those people's rights if you own them as property?
In a sense, yeah, I suppose.
In a yes sense or a no sense?
In a maybe sense. Ooh, I'm just kidding. In
So
a
you-
yes
so
sense.
you-
All right, I'll give you
so
that.
if you
All right,
buy-
for the sake of argument, I'll say sure.
For the
in a
sake
yes
of
sense.
argument, you'll say that you're violating people's rights if you enslave them.
Well, look,
just
I
for
know
the
it's
sake of the
look, it's
argument.
complicated,
Okay.
but it's complicated.
It's really not that
but sure,
complicated, man.
But sure, all right.
It's really not that.
We'll just for the
Okay.
sake of argument, let's just ignore
Sure.
nuance and pretend like the alternative wouldn't be worse. Okay? Okay, I'm not gonna. No one can single-handedly, abolish slavery.
You know, I
all
just
right?
think you're trying to like hypothetical your way out of my hypothetical. Like it's not Inception. You have to answer the question. Like it's not like you're going like it's like that episode of South Park where they incept inside the dude's Inception and then incept inside his like it's really simple,
Hey, I
bro.
mean, we can
Okay.
play. We can
But let's say-
I like the Inception game. I think it's fun.
But for the sake of the argument, yes, you're violating people's rights if you enslave them. Okay. So, should you boycott buying slaves?
I mean, again, think about what the alternative is. Just consequentially, if I boycott buying? Okay, let's say I'm in the South back when slavery was a thing. All right. If
Okay.
I don't buy those slaves, what do you think is going to happen to them? Do you think that they're going to go free, or is somebody else going to buy them?
Sorry. So wait, should you boycott buying slaves? Can I just get a yes or no?
I
If you
would
don't- if
say
you say
I would say
no
no
and then
because
explain why.
consequentially it won't make a
Okay,
difference.
actually, let's make it simple. Let's make it simpler. Then.
Now you could
should you
protest
boycott
you
buying?
could protest
should
slavery.
you?
But,
We're gonna make it very simple for you, Femyoz.
all right.
Should you boycott buying child porn?
Well, yeah, probably. I feel like that's a little bit different.
So,
But can you explain why it's not different? Can you explain why it's not different?
Should you boycott buying dog rape porn?
I would say, yeah, you probably shouldn't. You shouldn't watch that.
You should boycott. So why boycott it? Why?
Because you're a bit of a fucking weirdo if you watch that shit. I'm not gonna lie.
What? No. Why is it morally wrong?
Okay. I see where you're going with this, and the moral argument there would be yes. Because you're contributing to the industry. Now,
Oh, interesting.
I will say,
This is actually
okay,
kind of interesting.
so all right, I want to ask you a question. If
Mhm.
the meat industry, still whatever, like killed animals or whatever, but they weren't like as bad about like the things that they do, would you still say that it is morally wrong to not be a vegan?
You're gonna have to go super into detail there about like the specific practices.
So for assume that
But
the
but we're
only...
getting down to the nuance. We're getting down to like super nuanced. Okay, what if the world was this way? Where like what I'm trying to get down to is in current times right now, is it unethical to not be vegan? Like that's the key question that I want to get to.
So, okay, interesting. I think that see, and
They having
this
trouble?
goes into the morality versus legality thing, where I feel like the best possible outcome would be if there were more laws in place that were stricter, and prevented, certain, like, the meat industry from doing certain things. If there were laws that could prevent this, that would actually, like, that would be good. But let's say that, I don't know, for the sake of argument, if child porn was legal, I don't know if it would, and it was like on the front page of Pornhub. I don't know. I would still think it's fucked up, but I don't know if I would say that an individual person watching it in that situation would be, aside from like a weirdo, but like, I don't know if that would be morally wrong. Like, I'd have to think about that.
What?
No, because at that
Holy
point,
shit.
it's something that it is a
There's no
systemic
fucking
issue.
way you just said that.
No, because it's a systemic issue. It's a
I'm
systemic
actually
issue
losing.
that needs to be.
I think I must have
that's-
fallen
no,
asleep
but-
when
but
like
no,
you
but
were
think
forgetting
about
to
it.
prep
No,
this debate.
think
This
about
is a
it.
dream.
Think about
this
it.
isn't
No,
real.
no. Think about it. Because the issue there is that there's not a law to prevent it, and there should be. So, rather than telling people to, boycott it in that sense, in a world where child porn is legal, rather than telling people to boycott it, the better idea would be to, try and, push, like, for legal changes, right? That would be the better strategy, right? Same thing with abolition, with slavery, okay? It wasn't people just boycotting slavery. It was, and being like, oh, well, I'm just not going to buy slaves, and then that's going to solve slavery. Like, that's not how it works. When it came to abolition, it was people advocating for systemic change.
Okay.
I think, like, I know I'm wording it
Why-
really bad,
Wait,
but I think
can
you
I
know
ask
what
you a
I
question?
mean.
I ask a question. Why can't we both not buy child porn and also try to ban it? Can we not do both?
I'm not saying you can't do both, but what I am saying is that
Interesting.
let's say that for example,
Feel like you're a diehard vegan then.
No, let's say for example, if there are two outcomes, right? Of you, let's say there's somebody in this world, in this hypothetical world where child porn is legal, and there are two possible outcomes. Either they do nothing to make systemic change and watch child porn, or they do nothing to make systemic change and don't watch it. Does it really make a difference at that point? I would argue no. However,
Sorry,
I would
hang on.
say that
Can you repeat that? I missed.
so
You cut out a
okay.
little bit.
Okay, sorry. My Wi-Fi is kind of bad sometimes.
It's
So
okay.
let's say in a world where child porn is, I should probably say CP so I don't get age restricted. In the VOD.
You're on YouTube, not Twitch.
That's true. I'm gonna say CP just to play it safe. I don't want to say it too many times. So if CP is illegal in this hypothetical world, right? And somebody. And there are two possible outcomes of you. So let's say there are two possible outcomes. Either there is a person, there's this person who watches it and doesn't do anything to make systemic change, or they don't watch it and do nothing to make systemic change. Is it really worth going out of your way to get them to stop watching it, or would you rather look at things that actually would make a difference? I don't know if the question makes sense or not. I'm trying to be coherent. I know I'm kind of shit at debate right now. My head, I kind of just did this last second.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my position is that yes, you should try to get people not to buy child porn. I understand there may be some disagreements there. That's all right. I guess my question would be, should you boycott buying from factory farms?
Factory farms. I mean, I don't know. I feel like.
I just a yes or no. A yes or no would be great. Just a yes or no.
I mean, you can boycott whatever you want, so sure. But I don't know. I feel like the better thing to do would be to push for systemic change. That's my position.
Well, I don't want to step in, right? But what Dingo's trying to ask here is not is it okay to do, but is it something that you should do? Should you boycott, right? Not is it acceptable for you to boycott? I'm just trying to bridge the gap here to help you understand
okay,
where Dingo's
that's
coming
fair. I don't think it's I mean, if it's I wouldn't say it's
yes or no, because I just want to have a
obligatory.
clear
So
cut.
I would say no, it's not obligatory.
So you would say, so just no, you shouldn't do it.
I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying it's not obligatory.
So the answer to should you boycott buying from factory farms, right? Just to Dingo's question is no, right? It's not the case that you should boycott buying.
Yeah,
from
but
factory
I'm not
farms.
saying you shouldn't, or that it's bad to, or that it's good not to, or that it's or that it isn't preferable.
So then
to
you're
boycott.
just not answering the question.
But there's a difference between something being preferable and obligatory. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess it just feels like you're not really answering the question.
I'm not trying to be weaselly here. I'm just
But
I
you
don't
kind
know.
of are being
I'm
easily
trying
though.
not to. It's just I'm trying to like not avoid I'm trying not to avoid nuance. But
So I think the confusion. I think it's just a confusion. Right?
Yeah,
I think the dingo's asking.
I think we're talking past each other a little bit.
Well, I think the dingo's question was, should you boycott buying from factory farms? And I think you're getting that confused with, is it are you if you say no to that question, does that mean that you're obligated not to? And I think there's a difference, right? Like you can say that it's permissible.
Well, yeah, not
right.
only,
And dingo's
well, yeah,
asking, should you boycott buying from factory farms?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, okay, my stance is, it's probably preferable, to like. It might be preferable to boycott than to not boycott, but I don't think that there's a should there. It's more of a, it would be nice if. Does that?
Okay, if I guess if you don't want to answer, what's morally different about buying from factory farms and like, I don't know, buying like the dog rape porn? Like, what's morally different?
I feel like if there's a bigger market for something, you boycotting is gonna make less of a difference. I don't think that there's a huge market for dog rape porn. I mean, I could be wrong on that.
Since that's not my internet, that's theirs, right?
What?
Say again?
I'm confused. Am I lagging? Hello?
Sounds like it's a little glitchy, but it doesn't. I can still hear you.
Oh God.
Right?
I think
Dingo,
I'm lagging.
Femyoz, are you
Chat,
guys?
am I lagging? Hello? Hello?
Hello? I can hear you. Can you hear me, Femyoz? I can hear you.
I can't. Can you hear me?
Hello. Sorry.
I
So I think
hear you if you're
we just cut
talking.
out. We
Wait,
should
what
be.
the hell?
We should. Are we back now?
Wait, I see the
Sorry,
green
yeah,
circle.
and-
What the fuck?
Are we back? I think
Guess
we're
not.
I
back.
literally changed nothing. Hold on. I don't know if you can still hear me or not.
Hang on. I can hear you.
I'm gonna
goodness.
Are we back?
see if other audio.
DDoSing my
CEO of
DDoSing my router.
Pharmaceuticals.
Okay, hold
Can you-
on. I
okay,
think
yeah.
there's an issue with
So
my
wait, just to be
audio.
clear,
I don't-
anything you said after I asked my
God damn it.
question, I heard nothing you said.
Oh shit.
So
Okay, hold on.
Jesus, mate,
All right.
you're really not good at this, huh? You want me to? You should hire me as your producer.
Hold
Get
on.
this all sorted out for you.
1 sec.
Losing the debate and losing your computer at the same time. Not good.
All right. Oh. Hold on. Okay. Okay. Chat. All right. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. All right. I'm gonna see. Does the audio work when I play a video?
As CEO of Turing Pharmaceuticals.
Okay, yeah. Now it works. Okay. Can you guys hear me? I'm so sorry.
Hey, the moderator was just talking about how I was declared the winner because you were gone for too long.
I
I'm
did
sorry.
not.
I'm sorry. My Wi-Fi is genuinely terrible. I don't know if it, or was it an audio issue? I couldn't tell. I restarted my Wi-Fi and my audio. I changed some
Okay.
settings, so hopefully it's not too bad now.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll just repost you my question because I think I barfed out a little bit after I asked my question.
All right, yeah.
But alright. But is your shit? Is it all? Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I will proceed. So, I guess, what is, if you don't answer the question, like, what is morally different about, like, for instance, buying from factory farms or, like, buying, like, the dog rape porn? Like, what's the difference, morally?
I think my response was something about the market for dog porn being a lot smaller, meaning that you could actually make a much larger impact if you were to boycott, proportionally speaking. And dog porn is already illegal, so it's like, you know. Now I'm not saying legality equals morality. However, I will say that if dog
do you
porn
know
is
what? Do you
illegal-
know what? This is just really super important. I just don't know. Have you taken like an Econ 101 class?
I have not.
Okay. Do you know what? The cumulative elasticity factor is?
I have absolutely zero idea.
Okay. So the answer is it's like the degree to which demand impacts production. So for chickens, right, it's a 0.75, right? So this means, right, for every one chicken you don't buy, 0.75 less get produced. And for two, it's 1.5 less. So how many less dogs get raped if one person doesn't pay for dog porn?
Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, I see what you mean. All right. So, okay, interesting.
I know my econ.
See, I'm terrible when it comes to economic shit anyways, so I should probably take an econ class, but,
Hey,
damn,
listen, if you ever need some help, I can send you a couple books to read.
bet? Hopefully, I'm not too illiterate to read them, because I'm kind of stupid sometimes. So
Yeah.
but, that being said, fuck, okay.
If you need help, I can get you. There's some online books I can get you at a marketplace. I can give you some. I can gift you some Glee coin so you can buy them. So, but yeah, go ahead.
Interesting. Okay. So, all right. So, and I assume that, all right. So when it comes to the meat industry, right? What are your just like what is your main list of grievances that you have with it? Just so that I'm
Okay.
aware. Just to make sure.
Okay. This is cool. So I guess I'm not a big fan of animal suffering. I'm not a big fan of animals being raped, so artificially inseminated, separated from their calves. I think that's kind of fucked up. And I think one of the memes is that like a lot of people justify it. They just go, oh, animals are like a lower species than us, so it's okay. I'm like, let's say like super intelligent aliens came down and decided to enslave all of us. Would that be cool? Because they're higher beings. Like a lot of the arguments you hear against veganism just don't make any sense. They're not sensible because you can literally just reductio the hell out of them and you can apply them to something that's like super fucked up and that no one on planet Earth would ever like righteously believe. I can also send you something real quick about the cumulative elasticity factor. In
Okay,
case
yeah.
you need some facts on that, I'll just post that in the chat here for you.
All
I
right.
do
Thank
source my
you.
claims. No problem.
All right. Interesting. All right. Let me share this with my stream. I'll read it
And
out
here's a
loud.
book, Compassion by the Pound, The Economics of Farm Animal Welfare. You should give it a read.
All right. Okay. Interesting. I find this fascinating because, like, veganism is not
Were
something.
you expecting this?
I was not expecting like good Well, I was expecting some good arguments. I was not expecting like you to like have like a bunch of like
Expect
sources.
the unexpected, my friend.
I mean, fair enough. I wasn't sure. I was expecting either either it. I was expecting more of a interesting. I was expecting the arguments to be more along the lines of, is it wrong to kill animals type of thing. So okay, that's fair enough.
I had to spice it up a little bit.
Spice it up. Okay, fair enough. Because a lot of I think. Okay, so.
A lot of okays and so's and ums and uhs.
No, because like I'm willing to change my position on things, right? It's just and that's why I'm looking.
It's just
at this.
you don't want to give up your McDonald's burger.
Exactly. Well, yeah, it's like okay, and,
So it's
and when it
irrational,
comes to
basically.
and when it comes to
I'm not going to force you to do anything. If you concede your
Right.
position, that's enough of a win for me.
No, I'm just thinking about this.
I just think your position is like, it's just plainly wrong. It's just
See,
like self-evidently incorrect.
I don't know if it's incorrect or not. I will say my position might be weak. You could argue that for sure. Because I haven't really thought about it, and which is probably
Yeah, where
kind
there's
of
smoke,
obvious.
there's fire. Where there's smoke, there's fire, my friend.
But yeah, no, okay, so for the animal suffering argument, I actually kind of agree with you there because yeah, if aliens were like, well, you're lesser beings, blah blah blah. I actually have I have thought about that briefly, but I never really thought about it beyond that. I'm like, well, I can't really do shit about the meat industry, so I'm just gonna keep eating stuff that tastes good. So what would your position? Okay. So typically, when it comes to
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick?
yeah, sure.
Just so are you 5'6"?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, so what about, okay, because a lot of people, oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna go with. Right. Having a vegan diet, correct me if I'm wrong on this, tends to be a lot more expensive than
Wrong?
a non-vegan diet. Am I wrong on that?
No, it's way cheaper, homie.
Is it
way
actually?
cheaper. You're way more cheaper. Yep.
Interesting, because I always imagine, like, the vegan version of everything I thought was, like, usually more expensive. So what is
so like this would preclude on like what kind of shit you're eating, right? So if you're going through and you're buying all like the fucking maybe like Beyond Burger, plant-based burger fucking shit, maybe it's more expensive. But
yeah.
most people, in fact, I think you'll find that a lot of poor people, if they're not getting fast food, a lot of poor people actually are vegan, not by choice, obviously, but for instance, if you just eat like pinto beans and rice are going to be like wildly cheaper as like a method of hitting your essential needs than like whatever meat you're buying, and also it also has more calories per pound than like chicken, for instance.
Interesting. Okay. And so what does your average dinner look like? Is it like beans and stuff, or like a bunch of vegetables? Like what is it?
Well, you're not. Well, I assume you're not poor, so you could probably afford a lot more, right?
I'm not rich. I mean,
Well, you're not poor either, so I think you
true.
could afford maybe some Beyond Burgers. You'll be fine then, homie.
I mean, I suppose if once my
but here's
YouTube
a bonus
career
thing.
takes off.
Here's a bonus thing. Yeah, it's also good for losing weight, huh?
If I lost weight, I would probably be dead. I don't need to lose weight, believe me. I'm already skinny enough.
Also good for bulking. You can get this stuff called
I don't want to
Huel.
bulk either. I want to
It's,
stay exactly the same.
Oh, okay. Well, you could probably maintain your weight under a vegan diet.
Okay, I'll take that into consideration. And okay, so because right now
I'll just quickly send something in the chat for you. So these are applying protein per dollar, so it is gonna also be cheaper. So just send that over to you in the chat. There we go.
Okay.
More sources.
More sources. I love sources.
So for instance, flour, right? Like calories per dollar, it's 4,464. Protein per dollar, 134. Lentils, before tax price, it's like $1.12. Calories per dollar, 929. And protein per dollar is 116 crowns.
Well, goddamn.
Yeah, so I mean, I could probably sit here all day and send you shit and we could read it, but I'm just wondering if you have any counter arguments to what's being said, or...
I mean, honestly, I think you might be right. Like, I'm not gonna be somebody who's, like, intellectually dishonest and argues for the sake of arguing. Like, I'd rather take an L and be honest than, like, be dishonest and try to, like, take a W that I don't deserve.
One more thing.
That's based. That's great.
This is all cheaper than, like, the cheapest meat option there is, which is, like, a turkey on, like, a Thanksgiving Day style. This is all cheaper than that.
Interesting. So, as of
It's a thinking, huh?
Yeah. So as of right now, I currently am in my parents' house, right? And so I eat whatever meals.
It's the noggin jogging.
I eat whatever meals my dad cooks right now, right? So and he's gonna cook whatever meal he wants to, no matter what. So am I doing a bad thing by eating the food that, like, you know, my parents are, like, providing me?
Well, I'm not a fucking idiot.
Okay.
If it's physically impossible for you to, I would never call you a bad person for that.
Okay.
I'm not that retarded.
Because
right?
it's like I'm not gonna
there's no reason you can't talk to your parents, and your father doesn't seem like that crazy. Like I'm a vegan. I'm younger than you are. Like there's no reason you can't there's no reason you can't speak to your father and say, listen, I'd like to try it. this diet. I think it's I think it's better. And there's no reason they can't make that choice for you and help you out and buy some extra stuff. I mean, unless you're struggling, unless buying some like Beyond Burgers will like utterly fuck your like investment portfolios and like plunge your family to like the depths of like the working class, you should be fine just asking maybe for rice every day.
You know what? Fair enough. I think what I'm gonna do, because obviously just like completely like 180ing a diet like overnight never works. Is maybe like slowly over time I might like just like try out like the vegan option for something just to like see what
they
it's
are
like.
good as fuck. Like plant-based burgers, like
you know what? I've never tried it. You can't diss it till you try it, right? If nothing else, at least
different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
And
like I'm always open to like new things.
I guess, yeah, it's good that you're open to new things. I guess I'd be open to maybe like a concession on like your original point.
You know what? Fair enough. I will concede my original point.
Yes,
you did send me the quantity price thing.
Yeah. So listen, I'm a vegan, right? So I'm not here to like humanely slaughter you. I'd much rather you just jump on board, right? That's based, right? I'd much rather you just jump on board. But listen, it's good to have these conversations. It's good to meet someone who's not completely brain dead and who's not so addicted to the burger and the meat and the fucking cheese and shit that they legit just can't admit when they've been beat and when they're wrong.
No, I'm definitely addicted. I'm addicted to food. I can't lie. I love cheese. Get it? Okay, ending my cheese addiction, I'm not gonna lie. That's gonna be like one of the hardest ones. So I guess just slowly eating less of it over time is realistically what I might do. But it's like and it's like I knew going into this, it's like, okay, there's a 50-50 shot I end up being right because I haven't really thought of this. So it's like it's more of like I knew it was like, okay, I'm sort of like from the position of I haven't really thought about this very much. So I will question this and like hold it under scrutiny, but like if I turn out to be wrong, I turn out to be wrong. And I guess I turned out to be wrong. So you know what? Fair enough. At least in a moral sense, you are correct. At the very least.
Yeah. I enjoy this. I enjoyed the conversation. It was a lot of fun chatting, and I really enjoy the fact that you're good faith. I also really enjoy the fact that you're 5'6". I'm actually taller than you. And that may have contributed to your loss here.
So stupid.
May have contributed to your loss of this debate here. But seriously,
it's all because of my height. If I was taller, I would have won the debate. Okay.
Yeah, listen, I'm willing to take you under my. I'm willing to take you under my wing, under my tutelage, and teach you everything I know. I'm a little bit of a triple threat, so I kind of understand everything about politics. I'm your guy.
Yeah, I'm new to politics still. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the good faithness. It was really enjoyable conversation, man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'm always here to argue in good faith. I mean, that's kind of my thing. So you know what? Honestly, I think I'd rather take an L and be right. To be honest.
That's good. The Socratic method. Yeah.
That rather than to take a quote unquote stalemate and be wrong about something, it's like I'm not gonna do that. Like I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, listen. If you think you can get a stalemate against me, you might be bigging yourself up a little bit too much. But yeah.
Well, no matter what, my audience is gonna be biased in favor of me. So I don't know.
Yeah, and it's probably because they find you attractive. Let's be real. But
you're not wrong. You're not entirely wrong. Yeah. It's like if I say something,
talking amongst themselves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I could easily be like I could make like silly arguments and like win in their minds just by like being like funnier or whatever, maybe. But like I'm not gonna do that. Like I would have to be.
It's not a good strategy for growth, though.
Yeah, I'm not like I'm never gonna grow as a person if I'm bad. Like don't get me wrong, when I'm bad faith, I'm still funny. But I'm gonna save that for like when I argue with Nazis. You know?
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, like I like to have these cool debates sometimes. Like I think the other day I was talking about like my favorite Star Wars is Star Wars Episode 8.
Oh no, we gotta debate that. We gotta debate that.
I also love like Fortnite.
I don't know anything.
I love schoolwork.
Fortnite. Schoolwork. I feel like that's subjective.
Maybe. But yeah, listen. It's nice to meet someone like yourself who's an easy target. No, I'm kidding. It's nice to.
Oh, believe me, once we get into that Star Wars Episode 8 debate, I'm not gonna be an easy target.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
You know, the whole
Um,
ruining Luke Skywalker's character thing. I wasn't a big fan of that. I don't
Call
know.
me, call me the last debater. But yeah, yeah, I think it's good that you're gonna begin your vegan journey.
Yeah, I mean, I
Um,
may as well. And like honestly, like it's like it'll be like a slow thing where it's like I'm like, but like at the very least, I'm definitely gonna like try like just like vegan like foods. Like I'm not gonna go on a vegan diet for a couple. Like it'll take multiple years really, because I'm like a stubborn autistic motherfucker whose like body is gonna be like eat pizza right now, cunt. And if I don't, my body's gonna be like, eat the fucking pizza, dumb bitch. And it's like, so
well,
it's like
here,
I
listen.
gotta.
Here's what's gonna happen. I'll be keeping an eye on you. I'll send my boys to come, check on you every once in a while. And if in years you're not eating that Beyond Burger and shit,
I'm not eating that.
we might
Beyond
have
Burger,
to we might have to end up another Discord group call.
We might
on
have
my
to have a
YouTube channel.
boxing match.
We
Yeah.
might have to. We might have to do a boxing match, dude. I
Yeah.
think, dude, you you can't. You're 5'6", right? So I'd beat the shit out of you. It wouldn't even be fair.
It would
Beat
not
the
be
shit out of you
fair.
in the debate. So I'm both fit in like both physical and in both physical and mental faculties. Like I'm better
Dingo,
than you.
you confirmed you were 5'6", and now this is the tallest Dingo's ever felt. Dingo's like, oh my god, beat by 1 inch, completely
That's
destroyed.
true. That's true,
It's like yeah. Dingo thinks he's tall now because he's 5'7" or whatever. Oh.
No.
actually, I'm 5'8".
Yeah, well, with posture, she's at an inch, right? And it's also kind of an odd number, so you have to round it up. So, yeah.
Okay, to be fair, when I say I'm 5'6", I don't add an inch. That is the height that the doctor tells me. So technically, if we're gonna do the add an inch thing, I'm 5'7".
I don't believe you. I think you're probably like 5'4".
No, I'm genuinely No, I'm 5'6". That's what the doctor tells me. Okay, I don't like to be dishonest.
And who pays your doctor?
My parents.
All right, so they're financially motivated to lie to you. Nice, good one.
They're not. No.
Yeah, they are.
I don't think so.
Okay, so you concede your position?
Concede
That
which
was
position? The vegan one or the height one?
The
We'll
height
go with
one,
the
the height
vegan
one.
No, I do not
No, we'll
concede
go with
the
the
height
vegan
one.
one.
The vegan
We're going
one,
with the
yes,
ve-
I'll concede that
Okay.
the original position.
So who won the debate?
Me.
Oh my god, why do you do
No,
it?
who won the debate?
Synth won the debate. Synth won the debate.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah,
Moderator
let's
dub. Moderator dub. Look, I think that was a great debate. I think that was like super good faith that I enjoyed watching it. But eventually, right, the debates have to be cut off somewhere.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is look, I've seen moderators be like, "Oh, there's never a good time to cut off a debate." This is a fine time to cut off the debate. You guys are
Yeah.
debating on like who's taller by 1 inch or 2 inches. It's okay.
Yeah, listen, it was great winning this debate. I'd love to do it again I'd love to do it again sometime. Yeah, I mean, I hope your channel goes places. I think a little bit of recommendation for your Discord, that the type of people you want to have in there, maybe a rule could be no pedophiles.
Yeah.
Could be maybe no people who go around doxing people or spamming their DMs with like vaguely
I think no
vague threats.
doxing is already a rule there.
Oh, really? That's interesting that
It's
they're
in
still
the
here
it's
then.
in the rules.
And also, yeah. And number 3, maybe don't hang around, I guess retards who are like, I must see it to believe it. Head ass, right? We don't want to be
Hey,
having
to
those
be
people.
fair- to
By
be
the way,
fair,
I'll tell you guys the story later, but Femyoz's server has a couple doxers and pedos. And
Whoa. No drama.
To be fair,
No drama
to be
content.
fair-
It's a clean debate. It's a clean, good faith debate. No
Alright, it's a
drama
clean, good way
content.
to listen, Femyoz, just sort your fucking server out, okay, homie? Because you are fucking this up real bad, okay? You're gonna get cancelled in a couple
it's not
years' time.
that bad. There were
I
only
don't know,
like a
dude.
there were only like a few people like being like
There
bad.
are only a few pedos.
Yeah, well, they ended up getting banned though, and then like I made a video on one of them exposing them, so you know it was
Yeah.
maybe that's the real thing. Maybe it's pedo bait.
Yeah.
Maybe my server is just so I
Maybe.
can make videos
Maybe.
exposing pedos. Maybe that's the real.
No. I'm kidding. I
Yeah.
want to be amicable. No, yeah, I did
it's a
genuinely.
newer
I
server.
genuinely.
It's because I didn't
I
expect my server
genuinely-
to grow so fast. That's the thing.
No, yeah. Well, listen, I just want to say that I really did enjoy the conversation. I'd love to have another conversation about a different topic sometime. I don't know how
Hell yeah.
how into like AI safety research you are, or the AI sort of
I don't
doomsday
know
kind of stuff?
anything about it. I don't have a position on that. I will
Maybe
debate
do
you
your
on
research.
I will debate you on Star Wars though any day.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Look, if
Matt-
you need a moderator for the very highbrow Star Wars discussion, let me know.
Oh,
I enjoyed
yes.
moderating this. It was the easiest time moderating I've ever had.
Yeah.
I literally just got to sit here and listen to the debate.
I may be
Okay.
good faith in a vegan debate, but believe me, I am vile in Star Wars debates.
All right,
I am awful.
Femyoz, before you leave, I actually have a question for you.
Yeah.
So it's actually a hypothetical, right? So let's say like there's like a goal, right? It's like a football goal, right? And there's like a football positioned, like a little bit away from the goal, but it's like straight on. What do you do with the ball?
I don't know.
Yeah, but what would you do with a ball in front of a goal?
Nothing. I don't know.
No, if you're trying to score a goal in football, what do you do?
You
You mean soccer?
throw
Soccer, yeah. What do you do?
kick it into it? What? I'm so confused. What? Okay, well, anyways, that was an interesting discussion. I didn't expect. Okay, it did not go the way I expected, to be honest. But again, I'm willing to Lich Felp, animals don't consent to getting killed either, little bro. Okay, that's where I thought the debate was gonna go, was the animal death. I thought it was gonna be about animal death, in which case, I have an interesting philosophy when it comes to death. I'm personally against suffering, not death. And the reason why I would be against human death is not because the human that's dying themselves is suffering, but because like their family and friends would be suffering as a result of their death. Speaking about the Discord, Femyoz, can I get unbanned? What's your Discord? I'll consider it. I don't know why you were look, I don't ever ban anyone. It's always my mods. And I don't know why they ban people sometimes, but then if I unban people, they're gonna get mad at me, because it's like, then it's like I'm undoing their work, and it's like, I don't know who, like, actually deserves to get banned. But, I don't know. I think I should probably tell them to, like, temp ban people instead of permaban, because, like, then it just, like, sort of, like, avoids all the drama, because it's like, I don't know. I don't like the idea of permabans, but I also don't want to. I don't know. It's just. I got banned for saying the N-word. Okay, you're unbanned. You might want to also care about the opposite of suffering, happiness. Otherwise, you can get into really weird reductos. Yeah, okay, that's true. All right, Toki, I'll unban you after the stream. For example, is it okay to kill people who nobody has a connection to, like homeless people? It depends on, God, I don't know. It depends on how you kill them and why you're killing them. Like, hypothetically, if it's a homeless person, and if you know for a fact that the rest of their life is going to be miserable and that they're going to experience more negative emotions than positive emotions, then and the way you kill them is painless, then I think it is actually okay to do that, because you're not contributing a net negative in that case. I'd say no, because it deprives them of happiness, and they'd prefer to live. But what if they don't prefer to live? What if they experience more negative emotion than positive emotion, and you know that they will experience that for the rest of their life? In that case, I feel like it is actually to their benefit to end their suffering. Now, maybe this is just my, like, very, like, depressing outlook on life, because I've had a really bad depression before. And I'm personally somebody that believes, like, in strategical suicide, right? Like, if I'm 30 and I still hate my life, if I'm in my 30s and I hate my life, I'm probably gonna kill myself, right? It's not from a place of like, irrational. Like, it's not an irrational thing for me. It is a fully rational. I know for a fact at this point that I will experience more negative than positive emotion. Therefore, I'm not really depriving myself of more positive emotion than negative emotion. Therefore, I would be better off with no emotion than a net negative emotion. If someone would prefer to not live and they're being rational, then they have the right to not do so. Yeah, I agree. Like, I am somebody that, like, people have hated this take, but they don't know no one has ever made a good argument against it, which is that there's, like, suicide is not inherently bad. Like, people hate me for that take, but as soon as I explain it to them, they're like, "Ah, fuck, that actually makes sense." And they can't refute it. That's one of the unlike veganism, I've actually thought about that one. I think veganism, I feel like when it comes to veganism, it's one of those things where if you're eating meat, you'd rather not think about it, right? You'd rather just, like, happily eat your burger in blissful ignorance, right? And realistically, I'm probably gonna do that sometimes, but I'll try some vegan stuff, okay? I'm an open motherfucker, all right? And if it tastes good, it tastes good, you know? I've never tried it, and you know what? I don't want to be a closed-minded piece of shit, so I'm gonna try everything at least once, right? And, you know, if I like it, I like it, and then I continue. But yeah, that, like, ultimately, my goal in life is to maximize preferable outcomes, not just for myself, but in general, right? And that could be one way I do that. So yeah, also, for anybody that wants to support the channel, the link to my Streamlabs is always in the description below. So if you want to support the channel financially, feel free to be one of the first people to donate. Debate me on Sonic Lord Daddy Femyoz. I can't debate people if I know absolutely nothing. I mean, I kind of just did that, to an extent, because I'm not gonna lie, I prepared, I did absolutely no preparation for the debate, but, like, that's the beautiful thing about debate, right? That I think a lot of people sort of miss, is they think that the point of debate is to take a position and stick with it. But I think it's the opposite, right? Like, if somebody has a better argument than me, like, I'll take an L. Like, I don't have, like, such a huge ego that I can't, like, admit when I'm wrong. Like, if you argued with me when I was 12 years old, maybe, yeah, but, like, at this point, like, I'm an adult. Like, I can handle an L every once in a while. Like, I'm not gonna, the goal of debate for me is not to, like, have the greatest rhetorical approach of all time. Like, I know this sounds cringe, but, like, you know, like, I'm kind of a truth seeker, if you will. You know, I know that sounds like a complete cringe. Maybe it is. But even if it's complete cringe to call myself a truth seeker, that is sort of what I go for. Because ultimately, I think that rather than sticking to, like, a rhetorical approach and where I, you know, have this whole, like, dialogue tree where my goal is to win, it's like, I'm, like, I don't know. I feel like that's a very weak-minded thing to do. I think that the best thing you can do, and hey, if someone wants to change my position back, if someone has good anti-vegan arguments, you can come on my show and debate me and argue against what the other person is saying. I'm a truth spreader online. Yeah, so am I in general. Like, if you watch any of my, like, trans debates or atheism debates, you know, like, because I know more about the subject, like, I'm usually, like, bringing up, like, facts, and I'll usually pull up a study in, like, the majority of my debates, unless the person is completely unhinged, where it's, like, they can't, like, understand, like, the most basic shit. But, you know, yeah, I don't know, like, I'm somebody who prefers to, look at every position from, like, an honest, sort of, I guess, like, and it's, like, every debate, right, every debate, I go in with, like, at least somewhat of an open mind. Even if I know that my opinion isn't going to be changed, and I already know what my position is, and I already know the other person's position is bad, like, I'm still gonna, like, at least try to, like, frame good faith arguments, right? Like, I'm not gonna, like, until somebody else is being bad faith, I'm gonna try and avoid being bad faith, even if I'm arguing with a Nazi. Like, something I got shit for, in my chat was when I was debating Scorpius here, whose position was in favor of I think it was ethno-nationalism. It's like obviously he's wrong, right? But I was arguing in good faith, and he was listening to what I was saying, so it was like I wasn't trying to like shit on him, right? Like the goal wasn't for. It's like sure I could do blood sports and scream at people, and it's fun. But, like, I already do some of that, right? Like, there are plenty of people that, like, just show up to, like, troll and yell at me, and then I yell back. It's hoo-ha, the whole world works. It's funny. But, like, if somebody wants to argue in good faith, like, I'm gonna let them. We need to make a Bible about Daddy Femyoz based. If they don't prefer to live, help them, bro. Yeah, I feel like, ultimately, if I'm not willing to show people a certain level of respect where like good enough arguments will change my mind, then why should I expect other people to change their minds when I present equally valid arguments, right? So I feel like because I'm a firm I don't know if you guys have picked up on it, but I'm a firm believer in the law of non-contradiction, okay? I know that's crazy. Who would have guessed? And because I don't want to contradict myself, it's like I sort of hold myself to a certain standard, where I will go out of my way to like go into debates not being sure if I'm gonna win or not. If I like, sure, I might be cocky like on the surface or whatever, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm like the best debate. But like when I say that, like I'm just like it's more of like a fun like, I don't know. If they don't prefer to live, help them, bro. Or, oh wait, I already read that. Sorry, I'm fucking illiterate. Whoa. Yeah, no, it's like, I would say that, like, in terms of, like, a debate that I, like, lose, quote-unquote, if you consider, like, changing a position losing, which I don't really think it is, this is technically the first debate I've ever lost. Unless you count the Darth Dawkins debate as a loss for me, I would consider that more of a stalemate, because my rhetorical approach was way worse than his, but he was being dishonest the entire time, and it was very obvious that that Darth Dawkins was being dishonest in that debate. So, I don't know. I mean, I ended up conceding a couple points in that, but overall my position didn't change in the Darth Dawkins debate. So, hello, Gacho Ingles. I'm late but arrived. Welcome. For example, oh wait, no, I'm reading chats that I've already seen. Sometimes I miss chats and don't read them, and it's like, oops, I missed a chat. But then sometimes I reread chats thinking I missed it, and then I'm like, oh wait, I already responded to that. I'm an idiot. Epic Master Debaters. Alright, you know what, honestly, I would say I'm more in favor of veganism now than I was before. If anyone wants me to continue being a fucking carnivore that eats like a ton of meat and also eats a ton of cheese 24/7, I mean, y'all can I'm a master baiter. Thank you, Lich Falp. Me too, man. Me too. I'm so good at baiting people. Yeah, if anyone wants to swing me the other way, go for it. But like, I mean, to be fair, if you want to have a veganism debate, it's probably better to have it with Dingo than me, because I agree with Dingo now. But like, for any fucking like brain dead conservatives who are watching this, who like think this is like some sort of like, because I know there's people that like hate me, so like they're gonna find anything they can, like they're gonna find any like, oh here's a debate that Femyoz did bad in, oh he's so bad at debate. Like for any conservatives that are watching this, I know there's a couple of you motherfuckers watching the VOD, because there are people that stalk me and try to cancel me or whatever. I know. See how easy it is to like admit when you're wrong on a public platform, and like change your mind when you don't have empirical evidence to, like, see how easy it is to not be an anti-empiricist? Yeah, I don't know if the, like, yeah, I know, crazy. I'm using this as an opportunity to argue in favor of empiricism, which is something that I advocate for. I think it would be a bigger loss if I was contradicting myself rather than to concede certain points. I hate Femyoz. Why do you hate me? That's not very nice. What the hell, man? Bye, people. Goodbye, Lich Falp. I kind of want somebody to debate me against veganism now. I want to see... I'm going to look at pro-vegan debates. Jeez, I can't even fucking speak. I'm retarded. I'm going to look at some veganism debates. I'm going to see what the other arguments are, and then I'm going to come to my conclusions from there. But so far, I'm pro-vegan. I don't think it was hard to change my position, though, because I didn't feel that strongly. I just like eating food. And you know what? Maybe I am addicted to eating food. But I'm, you know, even though I'm addicted to food, I think it would be wrong. I think it would be morally wrong for me to, so I'm somebody that believes that having addictions isn't wrong, but if your addiction is harmful to other people, you know, and there's a way for you to end that addiction, then you should probably take some steps. And the steps I'm going to take is just try some alternative foods and see if I can make that my addiction instead, right? If not, then it's like, if I'm still addicted to cheese after eating a bunch of vegan shit, then it's like, you know, at least I tried, right? At least I tried. Dingo should make a video on the Femyoz allegation. There's no allegations. Shut up. Why, Toki? No, our Lord Femyoz is based. Yeah. Femyoz shut up. We don't talk about the allegations here, okay? We don't kink shame around here. Toki, are you talking about a certain kink that I may or may not have, allegedly speaking? We don't kink shame on this channel, okay? I don't want to hear it. No kink shaming allowed. We don't kink shame in this household, okay? But I think I want to retitle the stream like something along the lines of I lost a vegan debate and here's why, or like, because it's gonna get more views that way anyway, and it's not clickbait. I would say I lost the debate, and at least in the sense that I don't. Okay, look, I hate this like toxic mentality of like changing your position is a loss. It's like you can have a backbone and change your position. Like, it's like I still have the same philosophy. It's just, oh, I wasn't aware of certain like empirical data. Like, so my position like wasn't based on it, but I wasn't aware. It's like, okay, if I'm uneducated on a topic because I don't really think about a topic, it's like, then I should be willing to change my position. Yes, you are the best debater, Daddy Femyoz. Aw, hell yeah. See, like, there's a difference between having a good rhetorical approach and being a good debater, in my opinion. I think that the best debater is somebody who argues in good faith, okay? Like, I hate this, I hate this toxic mentality of, in order to win a debate, you need to, like, stick to one position and never change your mind on anything. Like, you have to play devil's advocate no matter what. Oh, fucking hell, Bud Light apparently became pussies on a certain situation. Did they? Did Bud Light be like, oh, we're gonna cave into conservative cancel culture? I swear to fucking God. Not Catholic like Femyoz. Debater boy. Yeah. But, like, look, I just don't... I think, and here's the thing, right? I could be wrong on this, but let's say I were to argue with Dingo. Like, let's say Dingo doesn't care, and I'm not Like, obviously, I'm pretty sure he's pro-trans. But let's say, hypothetically, if somebody similar to Dingo just knew nothing about trans people, and his position was, it's kind of icky, I guess, LOL, right? And then they were to come on my show, or I was to go on their show, and then I showed them, like, the statistics of, like, gender-affirming care. I believe that, I genuinely believe, yeah, well, obviously Dingo is pro-trans, but, like, if he started out, like, an anti-trans position, for all I know, he could have been anti-trans in the past. I don't know. Fuck, I used to be conservative. But, like, if he were to start out from a place of ignorance and just knew absolutely nothing about trans people, all he knew was, like, other people said they were kind of icky, so, like, that was kind of the way he leaned. But then he talked to me about it. I think he genuinely would change his position on that. I mean, there's a reason he's pro-trans, right? It's because he's in favor of empirical data. Same thing with synth, right? I think synth is super underrated. Guys, if you're not subscribed to synth, all right, go subscribe to synth, all right? It's in the it's literally in the based YouTubers section of my I think I'll add Dingo to that as well after the stream, okay? All right. Here's Dingo's channel. Subscribe to Dingo. All right? Subscribe to Dingo. All right. His videos are fucking great. I saw this video, and it was really good. Really good. I think Dingo is, like, only 16 as well. So, like, he's so fucking talented. Dude, look at these thumbnails. I don't know if he made these thumbnails, but either he's really good at thumbnails and really fucking talented, or, like, he's got so many fucking connections that it doesn't even matter, that he's gonna be successful no matter what, okay? I guarantee you, Dingo's gonna make it big, alright? Dingo is going to make it big, alright? There's no way that thumbnail... Like, 12 days ago, he's a 1.46k sub YouTuber, okay? He is, like, less than twice my sub count. But 12 days ago, 3.6k views. 2 months ago, 8.4k views. 1.1k, not bad. 1k, not bad. 125k views. 15k views. 8.1k views. 8.8k views. And then 386 views. 673 views from a year ago. Maybe those aren't the best video. I don't know. Those are like the first two or whatever, but obviously his newer videos are better. But yeah, if I go on my channel, for example, if I go over here, right? Whatever, I have, like, more than half his sub count, but, in terms of my videos, like, 560, okay, a little bit less than my sub count, but it was 6 days ago. 1.1k views, more than my sub count, less than my sub count, less than my sub count, more than my sub count, slightly more than my sub count, a bit more than my sub count, 1.6k, pretty good, less, more, 1.3k, pretty good, 1.4k, 1.1k, 716, a little bit less, 1.2k, 1k, 1.9k, 2.3k, and 15k. So, like, my channel's not bad, but I'm not... Dingo is fucking popping off. But if you go onto the based YouTuber section of my channel, one of the people that I've already put there is Synth, okay? Synth is very underrated. Fuck, what gender is Synth? I forgot. Is it, are they non-binary? I can't remember if they're non-binary or, fuck. I know Bunk is non-binary. Bunk is also super underrated. Go subscribe to Bunk, okay? Subscribe to Bunk, subscribe to Synth, and subscribe to Dingo, alright? But yeah, I will, I think you have to search Dingo K for his channel to show up. But anyways, Synth is the better Bunk? I don't know. They're both really good. They're both really good. I'll say that, Synth is, like, super like unknown, like relative to like the points that synth makes and like how good they are. Like it's a relatively obscure channel. Like only 1,000 subs for really good content. But like goddamn. But yeah, both Synth and Bunk are really good. Dingo, really good, especially for his age. Like he has like his talk, like he's made talking trees. Like I thought, oh, it's a 16-year-old. No way they're better than me at debate. I wasn't sure if I was gonna lose the debate or not, because ultimately it's not a matter of rhetorical approach that gets you to that wins me over, right? Like Darth Dawkins never won me over, even though he's been debating for fucking 12 years. I think he said he didn't beat me in a debate. Really, he got me to concede certain points because he was playing word games, but that's it. And that was like 2 weeks into my debate bro arc, so like that's not saying much. But literally, like, I am more likely to lose, quote unquote, a debate with a like a scientist who knows what they're talking about in a certain thing, and I'm just like kind of, maybe I take a contrary position, but like the person is really smart, and like it indirectly leads to like logical follow-throughs that go against some of my preconceived notions, right? Even if I could steamroll over them in a debate because they have like no experience in debate, they would still beat me in a debate, and I would change my position. I think Dingo probably has a better rhetorical approach than me, to be honest, but I don't think he needed to. Like in the like if you noticed in the start, it was I think it was pretty even in terms of rhetorical approach. I don't know, he might be more experienced than me. He thought I was being weaselly at first, but like that's literally just me like trying to add nuance. And I like, it's not like that I'm trying to like make things convoluted. It's just like, well, what about this and what about that? And it's like I know that makes it convoluted sometimes, but it's like, okay, I've gotta hold things under scrutiny. But like once I was given like information where it's like, oh shit, like they know what they're talking about. Like Synth and Dingo, they've got their statistics. And once they sent me statistics, it's like, well, fuck, I'm not an anti-empiricist, so it's like if we look at them, all right, I've looked at them. I don't don't remember. Did I show them on stream? If not, I'll read this out loud now that the debate is over. All right, I briefly looked at it, but if we look at it, animal charity evaluators, demand and supply curves are. Hold on, is it in the correct mode? It is now. Demand and supply curves are plotted on a graph with axes representing the market price for a commodity and the quantity demanded or supplied. They cross at equilibrium. They cross at the equilibrium point. I'm bad at reading out loud if you can't tell. I'm good at reading, kind of. Not really. I'm average. And good at understanding stuff, but I'm not good at reading out loud. I'm sorry. Sorry, where was I? Whose commodities represent the quantity that will be sold and the price at which each unit will sell given an efficient market. The demand curve shifts to the left when there is a drop in demand unrelated to price. The system finds a new equilibrium where the demand curve intersects the supply curve. Okay, so new demand. Okay. So as demand decreases, okay, so we want to determine QF. Sorry, I have bad vision in terms of QI and QA. The original change, quantity, QI minus QF, the final change, equilibrium. Consider, all right, so as supply increases, demand okay, so as quantity increases, the supply increases, and the demand decreases. So, wait, and what's P? Fuck. Does it say what the variables are? I'm stupid. Okay, so hold on. Oh wait, that's a different graph. So quantity, all right. Oh wait. So yeah, as quantity A, quantity F, quantity I. All right. So as the quantity increases, so does. Okay, oh wait, this is in terms of price. Fuck. Look, I'm bad at reading graphs sometimes. I'm not a math person if you can't tell. I'm not the worst at math, but I'm definitely not the best. We consider the triangle part of the plot formed by the new supply and demand curves, and the horizontal line representing the original equilibrium price. As we assume the shift is small, we can approximate the supply and demand curves in this region by straight lines corresponding to their slopes at the final equilibrium. Q is the original change in quantity. Okay, so the price increases. Okay. As supply increases, the price. Wait. Or as quantity increases, the supply increases, and as the demand decreases, the price increases. Okay. So we have the definition of the tangent. Oh fuck. I don't remember how tangents work. Fuck. I'm trying to understand this so I can explain it, but I'm not very smart when it comes to math. I'm better at philosophy. Fuck. Oh god. So tangent equals qi minus q of t. Okay. Fuck. I mean, again, the limit as it approaches zero approximation. But what it looks like to me is that supply elasticity. Okay. Q of f. So Q of f would be, right? So quantity. So as quantity increases, multiplied by. Okay, so Q of f over P of f is supply elasticity. Q of f over negative f, Q of f over P of f is demand elasticity. So that would mean, okay. And then that means that supply elasticity, which is Q of f over P of f, equals supply elasticity minus demand elasticity. And in terms of, so, okay, so that would mean, and then as that, so, okay, Q of I is supply elasticity, Q of A is demand elasticity, I think. And then this equation over here is supply elasticity. So that would mean that as the supply elasticity minus the demand elasticity approaches zero, calculate the difference between the quantity demanded at the old equilibrium and the quantity demanded. Okay, so that would mean that obviously as the demand increases, the quantity is going to increase. So that would mean that, or, wait, no. Wait, so wait, if P of I minus P of F, fuck, I don't know how tangent functions work again. Look, I'm an idiot, but like, I think I know what this means, sort of, kind of. I think that the point this is making is that the as the price increases, supply. Wait. Yeah, I think the okay, you know what? I'm not gonna bother trying to figure this out. I'm just gonna admit that I don't know what I'm talking about. You got kicked from the call. Oof. Oh, it was a pun. It was a pun. Okay. Got it. That was why. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's read chat. Kavos is live. I wonder what he's streaming. Hi, cool streamer. Hello, Mexican God. Welcome to the stream. Is that a nerd emoji? Wow, okay. I get it. I'm wearing glasses. How is your mental illness? It's really good today, you know? Algebra can be awesome sometimes. Yeah, but I'm an idiot. I know it's awesome, and I know math is cool, and science is cool. I'm just not smart enough to understand it right now. Volume is off here. You are not interesting. Fuck you. You are going to be branded with an Omni tattoo, given crypto money, $32,523, and only slaughtered children's bodies of which to eat. The meat shall be labeled tuna or chicken, but it is not tuna. It will cost you $40 a bag. After that, you shall die of starvation, you and all like you. Enjoy your Omni. Homosexuality is a serious mental illness. I think your spelling is a serious mental illness. Bye-bye. Bye, Wesley Curry II. Thank you for tuning in. Science is fry. Glasses looks really good on you. Aw, thank you. Homosexuality is hot. Lol. Based. So real. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go pee-pee, and then I'm gonna... Yeah. Apparently, Kavos is live. I'll just play his live stream until I'm done peeing. Yeah, I know, I'm shameless. In terms of stealing content sometimes, you gotta be like that. Apparently, Kavos is streaming. I wonder what he's streaming about. Sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Aw, yeah.
Nice job.
Oh, dear.
Nice.
Why is it?
Nice. Michelle is a very good boxer. She might be the best women boxer I've seen.
Be right back,
very good.
gamers.
Oh. Big punch from Michelle. Oh, go on, Michelle. Finish her. Oh, big hook from Michelle. Go on, finish her. Damn, Michelle's crazy. Never been to Newcastle, no. Someone in the chat goes, finish her. I wish you'd finish her. Oh, Michelle's just owning her. At least she lost. I'm glad Andrea lost. Oh, big right hand to finish. Damn. Crazy fight. Michelle did very, very well. Damn, Michelle's really good. Well done to Michelle. She beat Andrea. I would want her to finish me. Of course. I thought that would be the answer. Yeah, Wade just said she's probably the most technical boxer. She was really good.
I wonder what he's saying.
I want to see the big right hand she landed.
All right.
Damn, Michelle was really good. I'm impressed.
What is he saying? I don't know. He's just sitting there. Carlos, you were supposed to entertain my viewers.
I'm just watching it. You know.
Okay, gamers.
Oh.
Today we are gonna be
49-46.
Uh-oh.
You lose, Andrea. Your mum had to watch you get a beat down.
So true. He's watching the
Michelle
boxing
won.
event, iDubbbz. Not gonna lie, he was
wins
entertaining.
by unanimous decision.
Jesus, cool vegan debate, yeah. Live Femyoz reaction, yeah. That me going to the bathroom and playing a
Good win.
stream was a Hasan moment. But very entertaining, not gonna lie.
Said
Came
she
back
had
to the
more
stream.
combos than McDonald's.
Okay, what the fuck is Kavos even saying? Ah. Stop. Alright. Anyways. Where was I going with this? Oi, mate,
So I'm just
bro.
watching the speech.
No, I meant to mute it.
Legacy.
Jesus. An actual idiot. Okay. Fuck. Alright. You know what? I'm not too interested. Anyways. Also, that's not a very... Kavos, you're doing the bad thumbnail design cringe thing. Oh no! Kavos, why? You're doing it. You're doing the thing. The using the same thumbnail twice thingy. Oh, come on. No, look at these thumbnails. These thumbnails are fucking good. These thumbnails are so good. Ah! Look at this. Oh my god. Look at how good these thumbnails are in comparison. Oh my god. These thumbnails are so good. Oh my god. Look at the lighting. The way it's lit. The way it it's so good. Why doesn't he make more thumbnails like this? He did it before. He can do it again. Why are his past live stream thumbnails like the ones with the Jake Paul versus Tommy Fury and all of these are so much better than the than these? Like what the fuck? Why are some of his past live stream thumbnails like way better than his normal thumbnails? What the fuck? That's so weird. I don't know, maybe his previous thumbnail maker quit or something. I don't know. Ah, wow. Or maybe it's because I wonder if it's because he knew he was going to do these streams like way ahead of time. So he had plenty of time to make the thumbnails for them, whereas like he reports the news, right? So it's like he doesn't have that much time to make a thumbnail for the Sunny V2 situation. So he like quickly made one in like 5 minutes so he could get the video out as quickly as possible. Same with the Chris Tyson thing. Same with this thumbnail's decent actually. Huh. It's better than the KSI one too. You would think he would like already have like since he talks about KSI a lot. You would think that like he would already have like pre-made KSI thumbnails with like placeholder text, right? You would think. But apparently not. Unless that's what this is, but it's not a very good like it's not bad, it's just average. I feel like Kavos is really inconsistent with his thumbnails. That's my main criticism of him right now. And the quality of his content isn't consistent. Like, sometimes he makes good videos, sometimes they're kind of bad and lazy. It's kind of a mixed bag. Background art is nice, though. I don't think the style of his profile picture matches the background art, though. Like, if you go to my channel, for example... Oh, wait, that's Dingo's channel. Hold on. Oh, wait. If we go to the Femyoz YouTube channel. Also, look at that thumbnail. That's a goated thumbnail. This is like a... I'm literally the next Staffo when it comes to thumbnails. If you guys don't know who Staffo is, he's the guy that makes thumbnails for The Right Opinion, I think. Yeah. Look at this thumbnail design. It's so good that I'm in my own recommended. Look at this thumbnail design. Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There's about to be a video called Femyoz Out of Context, which is just going to be saying that in that voice on loop. I'm confused. Saying what? And designed in a way where you can watch it one-handed while your other hand's... Hey, yo! What the hell, man? Okay. Scroll up a bit. You... Shim... Chu... I can't... I don't know what the fuck that says. Lol. I should post this without context? Post what without context? Can Femyoz so... OMG... Wait, what? I'm so confused. What are you guys talking about? Well... From... Stream... What? Was it me simping over the thumbnails? Okay. But, like, if we search... Wait, oh god. This is gonna lower the average watch time, but I don't care. Okay, I did smash the like. If we go to my channel, for instance... Look at how clean this looks. It's, like, the same style. It's like this, almost retro sort of look. It's like this, like... sort of... It's a vibe, you know? I don't know why this shows up twice. It just does. But if you go to the actual, like, videos, like, you can see, it's not 100% consistent. You'll notice that I kind of changed the lighting a little bit. So this thumbnail, I'd argue, is a little bit overexposed, I think. I don't know. Compared to... Well, this is overexposed in a different way. I don't know. This looks cleaner for some reason. Even though it's not that... No, this I think no, this is oversaturated. Yeah, that's the whereas this one is really good. I really like this thumbnail. This one's okay. This one's decent. But yeah, you'll note this one's really... I like this one a lot, even though it's kind of overexposed. This one's really nice. This one's kind of scary. You get the point. But yeah, yeah. Anyways. Wonder what Demon Mom was doing. Bud Light Meltdown. Mr. Beast defends his friend. Okay. H3 podcast. What's going on in the H3 podcast? Oh, he's not live anymore, I think. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, he must have been live in the past. If I refresh, is he still live? Nah, what? Wait, what? Why does it say he's live? Is he premiering a video? Is he live? What? Podcast? I'm so confused. Why is there... I don't know why it says he's live, but okay. Xanderhal is live, apparently. Mr. Beast trans drama. I could do some of that stuff tomorrow. Yeah. But damn. Apparently Modern Day Debate is live. I forgot who Stardust is. I'm subscribed to them for some reason, but I don't remember why. I don't even know if I like them or not. I just subscribe to everybody involved in debate, I guess, just to see what they're up to. But like, I don't always check up on them. Xanderhal, stop using the same thumbnails over and over again. It's cringe. Same goes for you, Demon Mama. I've already criticized you for this on a different live stream of mine, but come on, don't be cringe. But oh, okay. So I wonder what on Social Blade what Dingo's projected future projections say, cause mine say that I'll be at 169,000 subs, right? You guys can see that, right? I think. Yeah, you should be able to. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, there we go. So in 5 years, I'll have almost 170K and 11.9 million. That number is probably wrong, though. I'll probably have more. All right, now let's search Dingo K. Okay. Oh, B minus. Oh, wow. 260. 47,000 views in the last 30 days. That's pretty damn good. That's actually really good for a channel his size. 9 subscribers a day. I think I get like on average 8 subscribers a day, but that's probably gonna go down. Future projections. Why are his future projections lower than mine? What? Other than the views are gonna be... What? I feel like he's gonna hit 100K before 5 years from now. I could see him hitting it in like 3 years if he keeps grinding. He's got to hit it before me, unless he stops uploading videos. But like, I mean, come on. 260, like, for a channel that's not even that much bigger than mine, to get 260 subscribers in the last 30 days and 47K views in the last 30 days, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, if we look at... Wait, let's go back to Femyoz. Yeah, 8 subscribers a day on average, apparently. Again, that probably will go down, because it goes up and down. Like, yeah, 228, 16.9. I think I just need a video that'll, like, blow up. But let's say we compare... this thing... The fact that it's a URL pisses me off, because if you just type Femyoz, it does the same thing. Sorry. Look, I know I'm kind of schizo sometimes. Dingo K. Compare channels. Okay. So obviously his channel's been around for a lot longer. So 78, 87. And he got a boost. Got another boost. And then I created this channel. And then, ooh, looks like he was really starting to gain traction right around the time I created my channel. So I was slowly going upwards, and then I start gaining traction. And now it looks like we're growing at kind of a similar rate overall. Right? Because this is because here I'm below by 1, 2, 3, like 4 rectangles. Oh, over this period of time, I've actually grown faster overall. I think he's growing faster right now, but I have more consistent growth. I think it's because I upload more. Like, there's like 2.5 rectangles. Wait, that's, interesting. To be fair, though, I'm pretty good at the YouTube thing. Views, on the other hand, yeah, he's done a lot better than me in terms of views. Yeah, he started gaining a lot of views at the same time he started gaining subs. And then I have like this steady increase in views. It's like almost like a line. It's like kind of going. Yeah, I don't know. Daily subscribers. Okay. Yeah, he gets way more subs every day. It appears. He had... Oh my god, his growth is so, like, volatile. Like, he just gets, like... He randomly gets, like, 10, 20 subscribers. I guess part of it is because YouTube decimals, but still, like, that doesn't... That would mean he would be getting, like, 10 a day, not... Wait, hold on. Not 40. That's so weird. And if we keep growing at the same rate, like, as in not exponentially, he'll have 21K, I'll have 18K. Okay. I don't mean to bore you guys with statistics. I just find all this stuff interesting. Oh, and what if we do views? I think his will be a lot higher. Yeah. Albeit growth, which obviously isn't the case. Like, we'll be way ahead of that by then, most likely. Like, both of us, but either way. Huh. Interesting. Go back to subs. God, how is Synth's channel? Compare channels. It looks like okay. Okay, so Synth has had some like steady growth. Probably got a shout out from somebody or something. Like a whatever, like a 10K to 40K sub YouTuber maybe, I don't know. Or like was featured on something but like didn't, I don't know, maybe not. I could be wrong. Or the YouTube algorithm was really nice those few days. It looks like I'm catching up to Synth. But I think Synth will make it big as well. Okay, enough of me being a nerd who likes looking at graphs for fun. All right. Anyways, Femyoz has C+. I mean, T-Series really does have A++. Yeah, because they sub-bot. How is Femyoz better and worse than me at the same time? I have a B-. You have a C+. I had a B- at one point. I don't know. It's all relativistic and, like, weird. And it's based on weird, like, fucking statistics. Like, if you unlist a few videos, like, it'll automatically, like, make your channel, like, a D or a D+. Just for unlisting a few videos. Because, like, the views go down or whatever. And it really doesn't like that. Even though your channel growth might... Like, your channel might continue growing at the same rate, but it really... But I haven't even unlisted any videos. I think the reason why... I think it also has to do, like, not with, like, how... Like, good is your growth relative to the size of your channel. Is Femyoz debating Dingo? I already debated Dingo. It's earlier in the stream. How is T-Series the most sub-to channel? I'm telling you, they sub-bot. I think Pewds was right about T-Series. No one even knew or talked about T-Series till it was PewDiePie versus T-Series. Yeah, exactly. Although they have been exposed for using piracy sites to promote their content. Yeah, that too. And they have advertised to many piracy sites. I just relisted my most viewed video. Well, that's probably why. Because the opposite of unlisting is relisting or publicizing. So that means you gained, like, I don't know, yeah, like, let's say your most viewed video is, like, I don't know, like, my most viewed video is 15K views. So let's say it was unlisted, and then I relisted it. Social Blade would see that, and it's like, well, fuck, you got, like, 15,000 views in, like, 1 minute. Holy fuck, your channel's, like, popping off, man. Like, damn. But yeah. No, it's kind of inaccurate there. Yeah. The heck is T-Series even about? I don't even know anymore. Your voice doesn't bore us? Well, I hope not. I'm supposed to be entertaining. PewDiePie somehow has a B+. Yeah, the grading system is kind of fucking stupid. Femyoz was just trying to get a dub on Dingo SMH. No, I was genuinely curious. Femyoz, hi, OMG is... hello, Skillenton. OMG is Femyoz debating Dingo. I already debated him. Oh, wait, I already mentioned that. What are they canceling Jaden for now? Who, Jaden Animations? Could Femyoz? I don't even know. Average Femyoz needs a second screen to read chat moment. Real. I'm only using one monitor, and that's the one built on my laptop. I don't know. I don't want to like clutter my fucking desk with another monitor, because I do have a big ass monitor that's not the one on my. But my second most viewed video has 30. Okay, yeah. 41,000 views in a day is gonna make your channel, like, it's gonna make Social Blade think your channel's doing really well. If you, like, randomly get that. Xanderhal is apparently covering Jaden Animations being canceled again. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, I don't know. Cancel culture is cringe. What's your favorite game, Daddy Femyoz? Minecraft. Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. Okay. My stat addiction aside. Yeah. Looks like a lot of people are streaming right now. I guess because it makes sense because it's a Saturday night. Guys, should I stream more on Saturdays? I don't know. I don't know if I should or not. Let's just see here. Yes. Alright, bet. I stream mostly on Saturdays now. I'm currently not streaming. Saturdays are nice. Yeah, I always stream on Sunday nights, so no matter what, that's not going to change. But, you know. I enjoy streaming on weekends. And the reason I do it is not because of my schedule. It's because of everybody else's schedule. My viewers are the most active on Sundays, according to YouTube statistics. But part of that is probably because I upload on Sundays, so that would make sense. Because I think there are people that, like, are gonna watch me no matter what. The more you stream, the better, but your mental health is important. Yeah, but streaming improves my mental health, in my opinion. I love streaming so much that it genuinely makes my mental health better. Unless I'm raging at voice meter for not working. That's why I'm not even using voice meter today. I just can't be asked to figure it out right now. I'll probably set it up eventually again, but I just do viewer surveys for my actual fans. I can't believe Lyrios died. Really sad. Don't worry, he's still alive. He's locked up in my basement. Then this YouTube thing sounds hard. I don't know. Apparently based on my fans from YouTube and Discord, and also said by my Vidi fans. I don't even know. I'm assuming it's safe to say that. Most of my fans are in America, Brazil, Russia, Europe. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think most of my fans are from just... It's pronounced Vidly. Oh, I thought it was 3 eyes. Vidly? Okay. I don't even... Look, I don't know what these alternative fucking sites are. That's okay, though. Actually, wait, I wonder... Wait, did Dingo say he was gonna... Did he live stream the debate? Or maybe it was on the second channel. I'll subscribe to that. Let's see, live. Oh, there we go. Do you guys want to react to this cool live stream? Kid Genius versus the I'm not gonna bother pronouncing that word. Oh. Smash like. They ended up turning on their face cam and it was like a literal child. Like,
I would say that person signed me
I,
up
like,
for
felt
Ukrainian military service.
I love this
Like,
logo.
fuck. I heard they said they're coming out to get me, so fuck. But
I don't know. They look pretty harmless to me. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe you know, kids can be cruel. You know what they say.
Maybe looks deceive you. I don't. Only criticism I'm gonna make here is you gotta make the audio a little bit more level. Other than that, though, good stream. So I'm not sure how aesthetically pleasing this is. Either way, Femyoz loses catastrophically on veganism. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Bro is a god. He was playing a game while debating. Yeah. Well, to be fair, no, I think it was pre-recorded footage. I don't think he was playing. He could have been. I don't know. I know Destiny kind of does that. Starting soons hype me up if they're short. Look, I can't stand starting soons. I criticize every fucking streamer who does this, okay? I've criticized Vaush for doing it. I've criticized, I think Xanderhal does it. I criticize everybody who does it. You know, personally, I would rather, like, if you're trying to hype people up for, like, a debate or something, spend the first 5 minutes talking about, like, how you're gonna, like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna destroy this guy in the debate, and, like, yeah, so he's probably gonna bring up these points, and, like, yeah, I've got this talking tree, so when he says this, I'm gonna say this, alright? And obviously, like, they would, like, not, like, they would, like, mute their mic and deafen me, right? So that, like, only the people watching their stream can hear, like, I feel like talking about the debate strategy you're gonna use is gonna create more hype than a starting soon screen. Starting soons is good to make sure everything works and you can see chat and other stuff. You should do that before the stream, okay? Like, you should do, like, an unlisted stream or something, or a private stream. And then type something in your own chat or whatever. And, like, if you need to figure it out during stream, at least try to be entertaining. Or, like, get, like, angry when it doesn't work, because that could be funny. Xanderhal does it better. Vaush's is boring. Keffals takes way too long, and Demon Mama's is plain bland. Yeah, I think, I kind of like what Hunter Avallone does. I think his is too long, though. It needs to be, like, 5 minutes or less. If you insist on doing it, don't do more than 5 minutes. It's like, I just don't like stream starting soon screens is all. That's just how I feel about it. I'm somebody who has the mindset of just if you're not ready to start the stream, just don't start it. Don't do a stream starting soon screen. Just don't make the stream public yet or start streaming yet. And, you know, obviously, you know, for the sake of the VOD, you know, do a separate stream once you want to make it public or whatever. And then just have that video stay unlisted or private. Don't have a stream starting soon screen. It doesn't, like, do you think that anybody is going to sit there and, like, what is the point? Like, you need to make your streams watchable after the fact. I'm sorry. Like, let's say I go on Demon Mama stream. Okay? And then I, like, who do you think's gonna be, sitting here intently? Like, watching. Oh my god! Oh, the stream is starting soon, guys! This is really good content. Oh. Will be live soon. Aw, yeah. It's like, ignore the fact that chat exists. Because, like, what if you want to watch it as a podcast? Or, like, after the fact? Like, it's like, how long is this? Imagine sitting there for... Wait, that's back 8 minutes. 9... 10 minutes of that. What do you... Come on. Come on. I will say I like this thumbnail. It's a cute thumbnail design. But yeah, so the weather do be nice, huh? Anyways, so basically what we are going to be doing here is, I don't even know anymore. Still better than watching homophobic people breathe. True, unless the homophobic people are debating me, alright? I've never lost a debate to a homophobic person before. Nor will I ever, I don't think. Some exploiter sent what seemed like, okay, well, that's good that it got reported. Thank you for sharing in my chat, I guess. Yeah. I don't even know what am I even doing with my life. But yeah, I'm gonna continue streaming. I don't even know. You know what? Since this stream title is about veganism, I may as well fucking. You know what? I'm gonna change the Alright, I'm done. Customization. View and live control. Oh, I didn't even end the original. Fucking. But the audio is broken. Apparently. Oh, God. Average reader. Alright. Okay. Anyways. Sorry, I had to fix something, haha. I wonder where Cat went. I have no idea. Very vegan stream. I forgot this stream was about the vegan. Yeah, me too. I have a starting soon screen in OBS cringe. Don't use it. Don't do start. Look, I can't. Should I debate people on stream starting soon screens? Because I hate them with a passion. Sing more, Daddy Femyoz? No, I'm bad at singing. I'm sorry. Although I'm probably the only one here who watches MC YouTube. Lichfalp X Femyoz Fortnite collab? No, I'm never playing Fortnite. I've seen people who actually pull stream starting soon screen really well. I would take them as an example. There's AimC who sets a looping clip and a countdown timer. Yeah, that's kind of like what Hunter Avallone does. Yes, good debate idea. Hell yeah. Mexican God gets it. Hell yeah. I'm gonna look at some vegan debates and see what other people have to say. I want to find like a neutral. I don't want it to be like a, oh, this vegan got destroyed. Is Vaush a vegan? Debate with ask yourself. Okay. I hope Vaush is against veganism.
Ask yourself.
For the sole purpose of like seeing a good argument for the other side. That's literally it. Not because I'm like against veganism. I just want to see a counter argument.
Ask yourself. Ask yourself.
Yo, what up?
Howdy.
How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderfully. Are you actually a reactionary? Somebody said you're pretty reactionary.
I saw someone else in your chat say that I converted them from reactionary to moderate. I mean, I don't know what concept. Yeah, I made a video like just
I don't care.
Okay. Pretty much my favorite topic.
in your throat.
Okay.
How do you feel about that? Me to attempt to ram a big green pill down your throat.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
Okay. I mean, this is up there with arguing on Holodomor denial. This is pretty much my favorite topic.
I mean, I'm not even totally sure I understand
Old
what that
Vaush stream,
means,
yeah.
but okay. So you currently are not a vegan, right? That's where you're at?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, if we replaced all the animals in the factory farms with humans, you would say that it would be morally wrong by your ethical system.
We can skip a few steps here. I include animals in my ethical system. I agree that meat eating is morally unjustifiable.
Oh,
Interesting. Okay. I would technically agree with that then. Well, not just the eating meat, but it's like it's more about the system of that like produces the meat that I have an issue with. I guess is what I really mean by that. And technically if you because if the demand is higher, then they produce more, blah blah blah. Economic shit, I guess.
oh, okay.
Yeah,
well, then we might not
we can skip a few steps. I'm not believes meat eating is fine. I'm knows veganism is correct and is too much of a moral hypocrite to go forward with it.
You know what? Honestly, based. You know what? Fair enough. That's kind of like me, honestly.
Oh, okay. Well, honestly, Vaush, I don't know how much I'm gonna have to say to you then. I'm not like a psychologist here who can come in and work your brain. But if you actually agree the position is correct, that makes sense. So just to be clear, I guess, about your position, if we put humans in those factory farms, you're obviously going to say that's immoral, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't support that. It would be wrong to buy those products.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if we have animals in that same situation, you wouldn't say that there is some difference true of animals that, if true of humans, would actually justify the treatment for them.
I would say that humans probably have a greater right to well-being and autonomy because we have a greater capacity to experience emotion. But
Interesting.
that's
Yeah,
a
I
degree
agree.
of difference, not a degree of kind.
Okay, interesting. So my position on this is the amount of the extent to which a being is conscious, I think, is definitely an important variable. But for me, I also believe that not only is that an important variable, but how what kind of for me, I personally believe, and I'm gonna go onto a Google Doc I've created, hold on, with my philosophy on it. Don't eat people. Yeah, eating people is bad. Even just if for nothing else, for health reasons, right? Like, you definitely don't benefit from eating people. Like, there's nothing, you don't gain anything. You're just eating people for no reason at that point. So I guess alright. I'm gonna read out loud my philosophy document. I have a philosophy document, believe it or not. There is no such thing as objective morality. So why is morality so important? It's because we are all the mutual beneficiaries of societal standards for what is and is not considered to be moral or immoral. The purpose of establishing moral axioms is to find common ground with people you disagree with, and is usually something I use in debates to demonstrate instances in which my opponents are violating the law of non-contradiction. However, the other purpose of establishing moral axioms is because we are all mutual beneficiaries when we do so. For example, an axiom I adhere to is that every action is justified as a freedom until there is a logical reason for it not to be, meaning that any given action must cause some sort of objective or measurable harm that outweighs the benefits of performing said action. If person A lives harmless lifestyle A and disagrees with harmless lifestyle B, and person B lives harmless lifestyle B and disagrees with harmless lifestyle A, It is mutually beneficial for both person A and person B to abide by this axiom rather than trying to dictate the other person's lifestyle decisions. The best society is one in which harmless freedoms are maximized and accepted, as we would all be the mutual beneficiaries of said society. I'm willing to apply other people's standards to them rather than my own standards in order to make it beneficial for them to use my standards too, instead of it just benefiting me. Because it would not benefit them to apply my standards to me if it doesn't have any impact on the standards that I apply to them. I treat everyone the way they treat me, though I start out with an amount of charitability for anyone I don't know, and treat them well until I'm given a reason not to. Generally speaking, I believe that it is preferable to minimize human suffering. However, I do not believe that all human suffering is equal in terms of which human is suffering, and for what reason. That is to say that if there is an amount of suffering that had to be inflicted upon either a mass murderer who's in prison and can't hurt anyone, or a regular person, I would choose to inflict it upon the mass murderer every time, as their emotions and their consciousness has less value. I often find myself making utilitarian arguments. However, I don't think I'm exactly a utilitarian in my philosophy. For example, if a train is going to hit one innocent person unless I press a lever, that causes the train to go onto a different set of tracks so that it brutally murders 1,000 serial killers, assuming that those serial killers would go to prison otherwise and not cause harm, I would choose to kill the 1,000 serial killers, ignoring the suffering that they would experience in prison, by the way. One good person's life is worth more than the lives of 1,000 serial killers. A person's worth is dictated by the impact they have on society relative to their means to have said impact. For instance, a disabled person doesn't have less value because it is not within their means to contribute to society as much as other people or as much as they would like to. Jeff Bezos might donate millions of dollars to charity, but that's something that hardly requires any work on his end, so in terms of morality, it would still be positive, but he has no more value than a poor person who would do the same thing if they were in that position, as one's morals, character, and value is not dictated by their ability to contribute or take away from society. Rather, it is determined by intent. Everyone's set of standards and morality should be applied to them. For instance, I am not morally opposed to maximizing the suffering experienced by someone whose goal it is to maximize human suffering, because that person would be hypocritical for being opposed to said suffering when it is inflicted upon them. This is also why I treat people well when their moral character is unknown, meaning that I will inevitably have almost exclusively or positive or at least neutral interactions with anyone who shares my worldview. Intent only matters when it comes to the value of a person. Intent only matters when it comes to the value someone. Fuck, I can't even speak. I'm bad at reading out loud. Intent only matters when it comes to the value a person has morally, as everyone's set of standards and morality should be applied to them. When it comes to impacting society, we shouldn't judge actions as good. When it comes to impacting society, we shouldn't actually judge actions as good or bad based on intent, and we should encourage good actions even if they are done with bad intent, and discourage bad actions even if they are done with good intent. That's my worldview. Crazy, I know. But yeah, I basically just made a little document. So, I'm gonna go to sleep. Good night, Daddy Femyoz, and every wonderful human being here. Good night, Basil Plushie. I'm gonna say what the name is. Just goes down. Oh, wow. Okay. I like the innuendo, Lich Faup. Still a vegan. Night, Basil Plushie. I became a cannibal to be morally consistent. What? Don't eat people. That's bad. I eat brains. Yeah, that's not good for your health, though. That's the issue. And it doesn't taste very good. Well, context matters. Agreed. Sibling is a zombie. Don't know who that is. Criminals are based. Law does not matter as long as morality is correct. That's a lot. The Manifestios. Yes, this is the Femyoz Manifesto. The Manifestios. The Femfesto. The Femifesto. I should make one of those? Hell yeah. I don't know. Guys, did that sound like gibberish, or did what I was saying making sense? I don't know how coherent it was. I think I did a good job explaining, but I have no idea. criminals are based, well, it's not necessarily criminals. It's not about whether or not they're criminals. It's like, okay, if you're a serial killer, I'd rather inflict pain upon a serial killer, like unnecessary pain that doesn't deter them or anything. Just inflict pain upon a serial killer for no reason than inflict pain upon a good person for no reason, right? And anybody who doesn't believe that, anyone who has a purely utilitarian worldview, is going to have like there's going to be a lot of weird sort of like follow-throughs that happen with that like if you have like a dogmatic utilitarian worldview and not just like a mostly utilitarian / consequential worldview, where your goal is to minimize human suffering, and then that's like the end-all be-all, or conscious suffering, and that's the end-all be-all. To claim that all consciousness is of equal value is absurd. And it's not just a matter of the extent to which somebody is conscious. It is what that person uses their consciousness for, right? Am I a bad person if I like revenge then? No, you are not. Personally, I've sometimes I like revenge. Fuck. I don't know if that's a morally consistent thing for me. I don't know if that makes me morally inconsistent, but like if somebody kills your family and then you kill them, I don't fucking care. It's like, sure, you might not have needed to kill them, but it's like at that point their life is worth so little that it doesn't fucking matter. Like you're happy, like the small amount of happiness you get from killing that murderer is worth more than their entire life at that point. And that's sort of the justification I use when I'm spiteful, right? Like I don't think there's anything wrong with me being spiteful or even vengeful, I guess you could say, though that's a bit of an extreme term. I would say that justified is a more accurate term, at least nowadays. I might have been vengeful in the past, but in terms of but my view on revenge is, yeah, it's justified, because as long as the punishment fits the crime, right? Like if your goal is to have revenge, where you like you're almost punishing somebody, right, for their wrongdoings, and you're justified in doing so because it's like they fucked you over, you have every right to fuck them over, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's perfectly reasonable. Like if you don't want me, like let's say you chop off my hand, well, don't get mad when I chop off your hand. If you didn't want me to chop off your hand, you shouldn't have chopped off my hand in the first place. Sure, I might not be minimizing human suffering when I chop off your hand, but at that point, if you've chopped off my hand for no reason, I see you as less than human, so it doesn't matter. In fact, I see your suffering as like a benefit to me, and I don't see it as a loss like outside of myself, right? So that's my philosophy. It's like it's not a matter of whether or not like it's not just minimizing human suffering. It's minimizing human suffering when it comes to people that are morally good. Because we have to have some sort of system. I mean, we don't have to, but it's good if we have some system in which we rank the value in which people have. Now, in terms of a hierarchy, there's no definitive hierarchy that we can have. It's more of a general hierarchy. And I hate that you have to sort of get a feel for it, right? Like I'm somebody that is usually against, oh, well, it's just like a kind of like the vibe, bruh. Like, okay, that's not really an argument, but it's like, if somebody's a terrible person and like if somebody raped me, I would be justified in like chopping their arm off and then having them suffer and then shooting them in the head, right? Like I think that would be fairly justified. It's like if they traumatize me, it's like, fuck, I don't know. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it back to them. Now, in terms of the systems we have in place, yes, I'm still in favor of reformative justice. However, that's not to say that, so long as the punishment fits the crime, right? So long as you're not doing something that's, like, way over the top. Like, for instance, let's say somebody, like, pushes you and calls you a butthead, and then you shoot their leg or something. Okay, the punishment doesn't fit the crime there. You're not justified in doing that. But if you want revenge, let's say, and your punishment fits the crime that they committed against you, I think that's perfectly reasonable. As long as it is proportionate. Okay, I am somebody who I genuinely on a philosophical level, believe that there's nothing wrong with an eye for an eye. You could argue that an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, but I'd rather everybody be blind than everybody except for bad people be blind. Like, you know, I think that that's fairly straightforward. I'd rather have everybody be scared of going blind because, I'd rather there be people that are scared of making other people blind because they know it might make them blind than, oh, well, yeah, I can make anybody blind because they're not going to do it back to me, right? But, yeah, that's my philosophy. I know I have a very weird philosophy, but I haven't, like, learned, like, I have no, like, formal education when it comes to philosophy. I've just sort of, like, you could argue, oh, so you basically just made everything up? Yes, I did. And there's nothing you can fucking do about it, because I'm still correct, okay? There are some ideas that I abide by, like the law of non-contradiction, for the most part. Now, obviously, I'm not perfect. I'm aware of that. But that doesn't mean that I think that somebody's a bad person if they don't follow that idea of 24/7. Also, I forgot to mention this is my outfit today. Woo! You guys like the stripes? You like the stripy thigh highs? Guys, chat, do you like the... Yeah! It's striped. I like stripes on my thigh highs. Yeah, that outfit. Aw, thank you. Yeah. You know what? For the rest of the stream, any donations I get, I will do a twirl, okay? I will stand up and twirl. For every $1, I guess. Yeah. So if somebody donates $100, I'm fucked, but I guess I'd have to. Either way. I'd be fucking dizzy, but... Anyways, that should be part of the, worst time when I'm broke. Nah, don't feel... No pressure. No pressure. There's nothing wrong with being broke. Absolutely nothing wrong. Oh, right. Veganism. That's right. I forgot. We were talking about veganism. El veganism. Haha. The veganism. I will go look at my own live stream, okay? I go watch my own live stream for a minute, okay? And then I will go over here and then bank account list the marvels of being a minor. Just steal your parents' credit card. I'm just kidding. Don't take that out of context. I'm gonna change the title to the vegan debate that made me vegan. The vegan debate that made me vegan. Is that a good title? Hey, you better believe it is. Anyways. And then I'm gonna put featuring at Dingo K. Okay. Now, what we will be doing, I'm gonna add some tags. Femyoz, Dingo K, Dingo, vegan debate, veganism, vegans. All right. Anyways, well, my job is good for money, which all of my paycheck will go to Femyoz. Hell yeah. When I'm legal to work. Hell yeah. Just never feel obligated to, like, pay me money, though. I know I might make jokes about stuff, but, like, never, like, only do it if you got, like, extra money, right? Like, if you were literally not gonna do anything better with it, then sure. But yeah, let's continue watching this Vaush debate.
You know?
Right. So I would agree with that. I just want to make sure that we're in the same position here, because some people will say things like, I think that animals have less value than humans, which I'm down with. That's fine. I agree that if you're like a
Facts.
utilitarian, for example, and you're concerned with maximizing well-being, it's just going to be obvious to you that humans are more capable of well-being than animals. They have a broader
Facts.
capacity for
Okay, that's
experience.
true.
So obviously a human's going to have more value.
Okay.
100%.
But there's of course, yeah. So there's a sneaky inference that I don't think you're making, but that a lot of other people try to make, where they just make that statement that, I think humans have more value. But then the implication that's hidden in there is, therefore animals have sufficiently low value that it's justified to holocaust them in the way that we currently are.
Okay, so when it comes to holocausting animals, okay, the reason that, again, I don't like calling it holocausting. I think that it just sort of like ignores like the actual issue with it. The issue is not that they're killing animals, okay? Because death does not equal suffering. Okay, the reason I believe that killing humans is wrong is because it affects the humans around the dead person, right? And because it negatively it produces a negative outcome, right? It I believe that something in any action that produces an outcome that is either positive or neutral is justifiable, at least, So, I don't know.
And I don't think that you're going to go there, right?
No,
You're going to say,
no, what we do is like unironically monstrous with the factory farming. In
Absolutely.
fact, I'd probably go so far as to say that all of the misery humans have ever inflicted on one another throughout history probably pales in comparison to what we're doing to animals right now.
That wouldn't surprise me at this point. I mean, based on, I don't know. I've never been somebody who has wanted to defend the vegan industry, because it is kind of fucked.
okay, all right. So you're fully all the way there then. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's actually what in the future this is probably going to be remembered alongside the Holocaust.
yeah, well, sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, it's actually unforgivably bad. My argument here, and this is one of defending hypocrisy, so I recognize my bias in this respect.
Interesting. Okay, I'm probably gonna disagree with Vaush then.
But the argument that I would have here is comparable to the argument I would make for not, for example, telling people not to buy T-shirts that were made in China.
Interesting. Fuck. I didn't think of that either. I mean, technically, fuck. Okay, the reason I think that it would be different, if, in terms of buying things from China, I think the reason it's different, is I don't think that not buying T-shirts from China would benefit the, the people that are working there, right? So, it's because if you don't buy, if let's say less people buy T-shirts from China, that's not going to make them pay the Chinese workers more, right? Am I wrong on that? I don't know. That's how I feel about it, at least.
It's that we live in a system of such unfathomably inhuman production, and it's so convenient to adhere to the unethical modes of production in which we live that I don't know if I can condemn a person ethically on an individual level for participating in systems that are so much larger than them,
Yeah, I feel like that was kind of similar to the debate, the point I was making in the debate, which, I mean, I still agree with to an extent, but, I don't know, the point I was making, and I don't think that anybody who eats meat is a bad person. I don't think I'm a bad person. I don't think anybody who chooses to eat meat, regardless of how much money they have, is a bad person necessarily. But I believe that it is preferable to not, right? You create preferable outcomes in doing so, right? Because because in terms of, because the difference there is the animals slash produce slash whatever is the product. Okay, the child laborers in China are not the product that is being sold. I mean, at least not to us, right? But so that's not gonna it doesn't decrease. Fuck, I don't know. I think it's a false equivalency, but correct. I'm not the best at economics, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong there. But
No.
Oh, wait. Okay, I know what you're saying, but now there's a bit of difference because you could be kind of doing two things here. So the one you could do would be you say, I fully agree with veganism and I am just a hypocrite. I'm just not living by my values.
But I'm also saying
that's-
I have a justification.
Right, you understand where I'm going.
Yeah.
So the
I want.
Right.
wouldn't that be justifying it for other people? I mean, that's kind of what, justifying it by saying, well, other people aren't bad people for doing this, for participating in the system. And this is kind of interesting because when they brought up slavery, it's sort of a similar concept. Like, the reason why I don't believe George Washington was a bad person is he was working within the system. Some of the founding fathers knew that slavery was wrong and that they were kind of hypocritical to an extent. But it was like they knew that, given the circumstances, they didn't have the power to end slavery, right? It's like they had to get enough people to agree with them. They had to be agreeable to people that were in favor of slavery. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of a different context there, but still.
Someone to tell me.
Can I just get the point across? Sorry, I just want to get the point across. The second point there sounded like actually a justification from within your moral system, and I have a response to that if that is in fact what you're trying to present.
Treat me, since I have no respect for hypocrites, treat me as someone desperately trying to justify something you know is wrong. Explain to me why my proposed defense is invalid.
Right, okay, so if there were a human Holocaust taking place, and there were humans in those factory farms, would you say that you have a moral obligation not to buy the products produced by those farms?
That's the thing, I genuinely don't know.
Okay, that's interesting. Fuck. Because at that point... I mean, it would be the same, right? But, that's... No, because... Actually... Fuck. Buying from that might actually be more justifiable because that wouldn't well, no, because if... Well, it depends. On the situation. Would that... It depends on whether or not that would decrease the number of people in that concentration camp. If, they're gonna put people in that concentration camp no matter what, the same number of people, and they're gonna be cruel to them no matter what and force them to work no matter what, then I feel like at that point, if consequentially it doesn't make a difference, then that would actually be justifiable, kind of. I don't know. But in terms of the reason why I agree with Dingo on this, and don't agree with Vaush. Obviously, this isn't a Vaush versus Dingo debate, but unless Dingo's voice changed a bunch or some shit. Fuck, where was I going with this? Also, it's 1,000,000 degrees in here. Fuck. Fucking air conditioning is broken. But because the animals are the product itself, then, because they would end up... Wait, well, okay. I guess it would, if you were to make it equivalent, because obviously they would breed more animals to make more animal product, right? So if they were forcibly breeding these people in the concentration camps or whatever, so that they had more workers in order to produce more, then I think that, yeah, it would be unethical to buy from them, because that would mean that they would be producing more, meaning that they would, force people to reproduce more against their will, and therefore it would be unethical. Okay, yeah, I think that's yeah, that's fairly straightforward, kind of, sort of, not really. It's kind of confusing.
Because right now, like, we purchase electronics and clothing that are propped up on literal slave labor, and no one
But you're not buying the slaves themselves. That's the difference.
really seems to give a fuck about that. So I don't know if I want to I don't know if I want to lower the bar here to the slave labor that already happens, or raise the bar to what I believe should be happening. You know?
Well, I have an idea of what you're saying, but just to be clear, are you actually saying that you think people would be morally justified to fund a Holocaust?
No, I would say that I do not know. We have to agree there are degrees of separation here.
Okay, so yeah, and I feel like, yeah, funding a Holocaust, like, that's so vague. Like, you don't know, like, if that money is being used to make the Holocaust worse, or like to, you know, or if it like causes, you know, more negative outcomes, then, I mean, yeah, then yeah, you shouldn't do that. But if you're paying for things that come from a country that's doing a Holocaust, if it doesn't impact, if it has no bearing on the Holocaust itself, then I don't know. I don't know if it's God. Now, I will say that it would be preferable if countries, like, all collectively agreed, okay, we're not going to buy from this country, so nobody can. But it's like, if everybody's already buying from it and, like, there's no, like, legal action being taken against it, it's like, what can you do as an individual person to deter the country? It's like, not much. Like, you would have to, I don't know. But again, like, if buying their products means that they have, you know, they're able to Holocaust people more effectively and more, and induce more cruelty, then it would be wrong. So it's really hard. Fuck, shit is complicated. That's all I'm gonna say.
For instance, obviously, to kill a person, unjustified bad. To fund a person killing someone, unjustified bad. To buy a widget from a corporation that uses its funds to perpetuate like murder and such, it's bad, yes, but we've obviously removed. You wouldn't call that person a murderer. So the question really is whether or not there are enough degrees of separation between, say, right now the meat factory industry, the meat farming, or say slaves mining up lithium in the mines of Africa.
Again, I think it really depends on and again, I don't know much about economics, so somebody would have to, like, teach me this, or I'd have to look it up. But it really depends on if because, like, I guess. Yeah, I guess it would, the same argument would apply, right? Because, like, if they need to make more, or, like, sell more lithium, right? Like, they would have more slaves or whatever mining it, and they might force people to reproduce for that very purpose. However, it's hard to say. It's like, well, what if what if the alternative is they take the same slaves, they have the same number of slaves, but they make them do an equally bad job or a worse job? It's really hard to say. Like, I don't know. Like, I genuinely do not know what the answer is. Fuck.
If there's enough of a difference between,
like, it's not all just, like, a bunch of black and white shit.
Me and them, that I can't be held morally culpable.
Yeah, so it just depends what position you're going to take, right? So where I'm going to have an issue is if you take an inconsistent, well, it might not necessarily be inconsistent, but if you take different positions with respect to whether it's ethical to fund this, if it's humans or animals, and there's not some meaningful separating factor there. Now, if you're going to take a position like capitalism is so bad that it's fine to fund a Holocaust, I'm not going to tell you that you're inconsistent to say it's also fine to fund the animal Holocaust. But that seems like a pretty extreme view to commit to.
Yeah, it's a pretty good way of lessening my agency, isn't it? Pretty convenient for me. This is why I don't like this argument. The argument I just made, mind you. I don't know if it's a valid one or not, but I can't know because I'm so steeped in bias, because I really fucking like eating meat and dairy. I could do without meat. Dairy, I fucking live for. I'm lactose intolerant. I don't give a fuck. I eat.
Oh shit, that's right, because ice cream is... Fuck. I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I could like commit to like a fully vegan diet, but reducing the amount of meat or whatever or like dairy products that I eat, I could do. I could technically do that.
Eat so much dairy every day, and I pay for it every day, and it's all worth it. I think. Listen, is it wrong that I'm just stalling my answer on the question in case lab grown meat becomes a thing?
Well, again, if we have a situation where it's humans in factory farms and you think eventually human lab grown meat is going to come out, do you think in the meantime it would be ethical to fund the human Holocaust?
In that case, no.
No, but if you asked me that question after the human lab-grown meat was already out, I could just shrug and say, well, we make mistakes, and then chow down on some artificial human flesh.
Right, you could, but that wouldn't amount to you saying that it would have been moral for you to pay for it when it was there.
No,
right?
But it means I wouldn't be cognizant of my moral failings at a time where I would feel guilty for my hypocrisy.
Right.
You can't fault me for being dishonest. I know what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, no, I don't think you're being dishonest. I actually had no idea how you'd react on this topic, so I think your reaction is, in a way, it's admirable because of how honest it is, but in a way, it's sad because of how apathetic you seem to be. So,
okay, no. I mean, I agree.
Okay.
I would never accept this level of moral hypocrisy on any other issue. I just, okay, here, how about this? All right, we have to talk about reasonable. Okay, here's a statement that I would make. Okay, this is a bit of a stupid hypothetical, but it's still one that I believe in. Okay,
Sure.
if there was a person who ate meat, who recognized that it was wrong, okay, they know they're participating in a horrid industry, but they eat meat and they think like, okay, I could stop eating meat, but like my life is miserable as it is. I can barely afford to keep the lights on in my house. My job is shit. Like,
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's almost the argument I went into. But yeah, I don't know. It's complicated.
being able to eat like this like fucking sick ass fucking ethnic food that was passed down to me from my grandparents or whatever, this is one of the few things that I can live for, and to take that away from me, like, I can't do it. Do you think that there is a possibility that the harm done to an individual to deprive them of meat or dairy or what have you would be substantial enough to say, like, okay, all right, maybe you can keep eating meat. I won't say it's unethical if your life is hinged upon the joy.
Yeah, well, and not just that, but I feel like it's not the killing of animals or whatever, or, you know, the dairy, like, it's not the fact that we farm animals or, like, kill them that there's a problem with. It's the way we do it, right? It's the way that the industry works. It's, you know, it's a fucked up industry, right? Like, they do it unethically. They don't treat the animals well, right? So, again, it's a very complicated topic that I don't really have. Like, again, I don't view death as necessarily a bad thing, unless that death, you know, causes suffering. But death in of itself is not a form of suffering, right? And I mean, it's hard to say. Like, I don't know how conscious animals are, because I believe that consciousness is a spectrum. You know, I believe that dogs are more conscious than rodents, but that humans are more conscious than dogs, right? But fuck, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, it's not that, but like, dogs are still conscious, they still matter, and it's like, and they're like innocent. That's one of the reasons why I think me and a lot of other people sometimes will value an animal life more than a human life, depending on who the person is and what the animal is. I mean, I explained it earlier when I was reading out my Femifesto, Manifestios, right? The idea that, you know, being a bad person, regardless of how much consciousness you have, decreases the value that you have, or at least in my eyes, I guess. And I think it is justified, because, like, again, all of it is like none of it is objective, right? Nothing no moral system is going to be objective, okay? The closest thing you can do is be objectively consistent. That's the best you can do. So I might say that, well, this thing is objectively true because, it's because we presuppose certain moral axioms, whether we realize it or not.
Joy that brings you. Or would you say that no level of joy justifies participation in that industry?
Well, I mean, we can just cut.
Well, I think if you're gonna take that approach, I think that the amount of joy, the extent to which you experience joy, would have to be greater than the extent of the suffering that is caused by said joy. So if your joy increases the demand for certain products that the animal industry produces, and then therefore increases the animal suffering, is that animal suffering to the extent of joy that person experiences? I think that would be the real question.
Right into the philosophy terminology, because you're going to know what I mean if I say words like deontological or utilitarian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm a threshold deontologist. So for me,
I don't know what the fuck that means.
there's a certain degree of pardon me?
No, not the deontologist. Fuck.
Wait, don't say that too quickly. Do you understand the difference between deontology and threshold deontology?
No, I do. It's just funny for me because I'm a utilitarian, so it's funny for me to
right. But you're a rule utilitarian, right?
Yes.
Right. So threshold deontology is virtually identical to rule utilitarianism. Do you understand what the slight difference is there?
I actually heard them as being described as the same thing functionally, just approaching it from two different sort of conceptual or axiomatic positions. But you probably have a more nuanced understanding of it than I do. So please.
Well, I mean, I'm not super nuanced, but the slight difference. Okay, so both systems, there's a concern for utility, but there's also some rules that can that matter at the base level. So with the difference is why the rules there, right? So if you're a rule utilitarian, the rules you hold are rules that you think will overall maximize well-being if followed. There could be specific instances where following the rule locally minimizes well-being, but overall, if we have the rule, it will maximize well-being. So with a rule utilitarian, if we talk about something like, let's say, raping some girl when no one finds out and you get more well-being out of it than she gets suffering, right? A standard utilitarian has to say that's ethical. A rule utilitarian can still say that's unethical.
Wait, why would a standard utilitarian have to say that's ethical? What? Huh? What?
Because if we normalize the behavior,
if we normalize the practice, then it would lead to much worse outcomes in the long run.
Right. So like locally in that little situation, sure, it maximizes well-being when you look at just those two. But if you let it if you just allow that to happen whenever, if you don't set up a no rape rule, that's actually going to produce more suffering. Same with like, if you can kill one person, save 5 by harvesting their organs in the hospital, sure, that would locally maximize well-being.
But
if
nobody
we allow
would go
that
to the
across
hospital because there'd be a chance they'd be killed.
Perfect. Yeah. So you're perfectly understanding. So the distinction is that I will still say it's wrong in the vacuum. So even if you go to the vacuum situation and we talk about, okay, no one ever finds out about the rape. You if you're a rule utilitarian, actually have to say it's ethical there. I'm a threat.
I mean, if technically, oh fuck, if technically there is no suffering caused by the rape, let's say there's just a happy coincidence where it somehow magically doesn't cause suffering, which is unlikely, by the way. But let's say that situation occurs and we're in a vacuum and nobody finds out. Ultimately, I would say that the intent of the rapist probably wasn't good. But if their goal wasn't to hurt the person they were raping, and there was no suffering and only pleasure being caused in a vacuum, fuck, I would probably have a problem with the rapist's intent, but not with the action itself. Fuck, I don't know. It's hard to say. I wouldn't have a problem with the outcome necessarily in that case. I don't know.
Threshold deontologist. For me, the rules are not built out of a concern for utility. They're actually deontological rules. So I'm going to say that's still wrong.
No,
Until-
you're right though. In this hypothetical, I would say that rape is justified.
Right. Yeah. So that's just the distinction between you and me.
Okay, I agree with Vaush here.
So I would actually say it's not justified. But there is always, because there's a threshold to the deontology, right? There's always some kind of consequential concern, which if you scale it up high enough, eventually I'm just going to say it doesn't even matter that you're violating the right flip to consequentialism.
No, because if we're dealing with like, this is fallacious, because if you're dealing with a localized example of it in which no harm is being caused, and it's in a vacuum, then no, you wouldn't be looking at it on a broader scale. That's the whole fucking point of it being in a vacuum. What?
Right.
So I don't know how we got here from your original question. You posed a hypothetical to me.
Well, here's
Like, if you're gonna argue about, oh well, if it's okay in a vacuum, or if nobody finds out because there's only a positive outcome, I mean, yeah, I would agree with that, because, yeah, what would be the harm caused in that hypothetical? Not that I believe that hypothetical would ever happen, really, but let's say it did. I would be fine with that hypothetical. The only reason that I would have a problem with it is if it became normalized. Like, again, there's no way to legally distinguish, for instance, a situation like that versus a situation in which there is a harm being caused, right? And pretty much every single time it's going to be harm that's caused, right? So it's better to have the legal system be against it, right? But morality can be more nuanced than legality. Right. Because legality has to be, like, the legality of something has to take practicality and efficiency into account. Morality and philosophy doesn't.
Here's my well, fundamentally, I can pose it like this: we can generally agree littering is wrong. It's not like super bad, but keep the earth clean. However, if we posited some circumstance where littering is the only thing that brings joy to a person's life.
Oh, okay. I remember the hypothetical.
Right.
I can just respond to it now. So basically, on utilitarianism, you're just going to say, look, it's just going to come down to a well-being calculation. On deontology, you're just going to say if there's a rights violation, thing is just wrong. So if you pose me some situation,
but wrong, why?
Where this guy's only source of well-being comes from, like, murdering animals or murdering humans or something, I'm going to look at that and I'm gonna.
Well, I think it depends on like, the harm being caused, right? The reason it's wrong is because it harms other people.
Primarily, it's going to be like a utilitarian kind of calculation.
And the reason that I don't know, that like, I'm not really entirely utilitarian, at least not the same way Vaush is because, again, I take the value a person has into account, which is determined by their moral character, which is determined by their intention to do good versus bad. Obviously, that's not what I use to judge people's actions, but that is what I use to judge people's moral character. And, so the value of a person and the extent to which I care about their well-being in the equation, the amount I am willing to factor it in, it is dictated by their intentions and by their desire to do good versus bad. Whereas, so, and obviously, there is no specific, consistent way to measure this. So that's the reason I wouldn't be in favor of making that, like, the end-all be-all in, like, a legal situation, right? Like, that shouldn't be, like, like, obviously, like, involuntary manslaughter isn't as bad as murder, right? But anybody can say that their intent is anything, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're being honest, right? So it's like, because you don't have the inside perspective, it's hard to say. It's very complicated, and, I don't know. And it's not just intent either. It's like, you know, if you keep doing bad things over and over again, and you don't have the intention of stopping those negative actions, that you're not doing it because you want to cause harm, but you don't care about the harm you're causing, obviously that too would deduct value from you as a person. Whereas if you intend to do something good, like it would increase the, like, look, I don't know. It's complicated, and it comes from a place of me wanting to apply everybody's standards to them directly, right? And because I would want people to be kind to me, I am kind to them until they give me a reason not to be, right? Because I treat others the way I want to be treated until they treat me differently, and then I treat them the way that they treat me. But my default form of interaction is going to be interacting with people the way I would prefer people interact with me.
Calculation where, unless you tell me that he is actually getting so much well-being out of it that it somehow outweighs their rights, I'm just going to say, no, that's a wrong thing to do, right? And I don't even think, pardon me?
No. I was just clacking my tongue. Continue, please.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So basically, if the question is, can you do this thing that, like, we have to talk about.
This is boring. I want to do something else. I have no attention span. I'm sorry. Goodbye, Mexican God. Think not really good. But all Femyoz can do with one screen. I have to go? Alright, well, goodbye, Mexican God. Hello, Lion King. I am doing very well. How about you? I have nothing against vegans, but I need meat and chicken. Yeah, I get that. This is a deep convo. So which one of those people are vegan? The guy that wasn't on screen. So this guy, Vaush, with the beard, is not vegan. The guy he was talking to is. Fuck. I don't... Put chat on your phone? I'm using my phone right here. This camera is my phone. I know. Otherwise, I would. But yeah, yeah, believe me. But Vaush, ponytail isn't, oh, right. I just checked in and kinda lost, but hello, Rain Borath. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're just talking about veganism. Like, okay, for me, oh god, stream delay is awesome. Yeah, I fixed it, I know. I still lag out sometimes, though. Only 3 seconds? Hell yeah. Does Femyoz have a spare laptop? No. What do you think I am? Made of money? But yeah, anyways, oh god, where was I going with this? I think that, like, whether or not, oh god, I would say that that eating meat would be immoral in terms of how it affects other conscious beings. However, I don't... And obviously, because I take intention into account as well, this is why, that's part of why I, base the value of a person and their moral value and character. A lot of that is based off of intent, because, and that's why I wouldn't think that anybody is a bad person for eating meat, right? They're not eating meat because they want animals to suffer. They're eating meat because it tastes good and it benefits them, right? They're not thinking about the animal suffering it could cause necessarily. And because of that, you know, they're not malicious people. You know, a malicious person would be somebody who goes out of their way to just buy as much meat as possible, even if they're not going to eat it, just to support the meat industry, in order to maximize suffering by increasing the demand. I don't know how I have both a laptop and a Chromebook at the same exact time as a PC then, while living in a third... Shut up. Look, I have, like, a really old computer, but I don't feel... I have a second monitor, okay, but there's not really much room on my desk, okay? That's the problem. Like, and it's like, it's just not, it's inconvenient. Plus, I don't need to read chat 24/7, okay? Like, if I'm doing a segment that it's just gonna distract me, I don't have the attention span to read chat at the same time as doing a whole segment or whatever. Yeah, but I believe that tech do I think it's fine. All right, good. Because like, like I have to find the balance between. What about you? I read chat a good amount of the time. Okay, I read chat a good amount of the time. I have to balance. I have to like balance reading chat and being entertaining, because if I was just reading chat the entire time, that might get a little bit old, right? Especially for people that are watching this as a past live stream. It's like, I don't think that, like, sure, it might be nice to hear me respond to chat, but it's like, and it's like, I do it in a way that becomes interesting, but it's like, I can only respond to so many chat messages before I run out of things to say that are interesting, right? And that's one of the reasons why I will, read a chat message and then respond to it for like 3 minutes with like a whole tangent so that I'm saying something interesting. Like, I do it deliberately, at least to an extent. I don't know. That's just the way I see it, but it's like you have to find this balance between chat and everybody else, right? Like, you gotta find the right balance. However, if somebody donates, I read their message right away. Hell yeah. That's all I'm saying. Streamlabs link in the description. Yeah, anyways, yeah, no, oh, God. I have this weird moral dilemma now, where it's like, okay, because consequentially, from an economic standpoint, I guess it technically would most likely increase the quantity of animals that are suffering if you buy meat, because you're increasing the demand. I don't know. Because, like, as an individual person, do you? But then, like, vegans collectively definitely would have at least some amount of impact on that economically. The same way you would if you were voting, right? Oh, God, I don't know. Fuck. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. And obviously, I'm definitely going to try, like, different foods, Just see what there is, See how I like it, right? It's a hard discussion. Yeah, there's so much nuance that, like, I have to think about off stream as well, right? Like I'm never gonna... Fuck. It's like, because I am against being a hypocrite, it's like, fuck. But I'm not gonna be dishonest if I am one. And to an extent, isn't everyone a hypocrite to an extent? Now, I'm not saying that that's, like, the ultimate justification. In a moral sense, it is still wrong to not be vegan, to an extent at least. And it's like, I feel like we all know what we're doing is kind of wrong to an extent, but it's like we kind of like do like a what is it called, a post-talk rationalization, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know, I probably butchered that, but maybe I didn't. Like, you know what I mean, right? Like, it's like you come up with your opinion and then you justify it backwards, right? And I think that's what we've all done. Have a vegan friend? We've done a lot of discussions that end up with agree to disagree, because it's hard sometimes. Yeah. Well, it's like, I feel like it's better to admit that you're wrong, but, like, still do it, than to be intellectually dishonest, right? Like, morally speaking, I would say that I would side with vegans, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna, like, try and convert everybody to veganism, even if I think that it maximizes good outcomes. It's like, I can only maximize good outcomes in so many regards, and that's an issue that I don't really care as much about, and even if it makes me, like, some level of hypocritical, it's like, no matter what, every single person is gonna be hypocritical. That's not to say that you shouldn't, try to minimize your own hypocrisy. However, that being said, it's a really fucking complicated discussion, right? It's like, and it's like that, and that, like, and it's like so nuanced. And again, like, you know, don't go cold turkey, right? It's like just try, like, I think the ultimate outcome or the ultimate strategy that would be, strategy that would be ideal is like if you're gonna like I don't know like go buy food somewhere, it's like okay maybe every once in a while buy something vegan and just see how it tastes, right? Like that because it doesn't really negatively affect you as a person to do that, right? It's like oh okay you know just as long as you have the means to do it, right? There's no black and white answer. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I it's so hard to say. Like, I feel, and the reason that I didn't really go this deep is because I didn't want to, like, seem like I was weaseling. So I was willing to concede, like, but ultimately, you know, I would still concede the point that it's, like, morally justified, right? I don't think it's morally justified. But it's like, fuck, it's so, but it's like, it's obviously not black and white. But to say it's complicated is also a cop-out argument. And that's why I'm talking about this right now and not during the debate, right? It's like I could have just been like, oh, it's complicated, LOL, and then like, I'd rather, but like generally like, the position that like there's no moral reason to be opposed to it, I feel like is wrong if you actually think about it from an economic standpoint. But yeah. I don't know, but like at the same time, it's so convoluted, right? Because it's like, does it matter how direct it is? Like, because sometimes you could use that logic to like argue against, oh, well, buying these cheap clothes because is wrong because it's like, oh, well, they're made by the like they're produced by this company who gets the labor from this third world country that mistreats people, and you know that means indirectly you're a bad person because you know like if you work all the way over like because then it's like hypothetically your action could cause one more person to have a bad like job, like I don't know. But it's, like, so indirect that it's, like, can you even measure that? It's, like, there probably might be some indirect harm being caused, but it's, like, is there? I would need to hear, like, a good economic argument for why, right? And it's, like, if you take the like, the only reason why I changed my position is because it's, like, if you factor in economic shit, it's, like, yeah, objectively, that's what it seems to be. Until I can find a good counter argument, like I'm gonna take the best position I can. But it's like, fuck. Sometimes you just gotta eat a burger, man. Like, it's like it's like a. Obviously, most people don't change their opinions overnight, and that's why I'm gonna think about it, right? It's like I'm gonna think about like, and this isn't me like, oh, backtracking back to like my old position or anything. It's like, okay, you know, once I'm provided with a better argument, I'm gonna go with that, right? But I'm still gonna think about it, right? I mean, fuck, I was almost moved, and this was years ago, by the way. I was, whatever, a freshman in high school. I was almost moved to a pro-life position from a pro-choice position, because I just hadn't thought about it that much, right? And then I thought about it in the shower, and I'm like, wait, but fetuses aren't conscious, are they? And then I did a little bit more digging, and I'm like, okay, all right. And it's like, how do your actions realistically affect the amount of suffering that exists in the world, right? And that's the ultimate question that you have to ask yourself. Does, from an economic standpoint, because of how, like, I guess you could argue that maybe, like, even if it's just the suffering of two more animals, right? let's say, because let's say that you eating a burger, or like eating burgers for a while, causes the, two more animals to exist that live miserable lives, right? It's like proportionally to the amount of suffering that there is, you could argue that that's nothing, but because it is more suffering than you would experience from not eating it, then you could argue that it would be immoral for you to do that then, right? Because your own suffering from not eating it would also be small in the grand scheme of things, proportionally speaking. So you couldn't really use that argument either. Might sound elitist, but you can't buy these clothes argument seems like the kind of excuse to buy Hogwarts Legacy or FNAF. Wait, what? You'd rather not give money to set org? Well, okay, but that's different, right? It's easier to steal software than produce, right? Can you steal produce easily? Because like doesn't the packages have like the barcode things that like you have to scan, they like have to get scanned or whatever, and then if they don't, like it'll set the alarm off in the store? Because I wouldn't be opposed to stealing from the meat industry. Because then if I were to eat meat, but I was stealing the meat, then my actions wouldn't have any negative ramifications that would increase suffering. So actually, if you were able to get away with stealing meat from a store and then eating that would actually be completely morally justifiable in this worldview, right? I don't know. I think it's interesting. But in terms of buying Hogwarts Legacy, it's like, unless you don't, like, you shouldn't buy it unless you're not able to pirate it. If you can't figure out how to pirate stuff, or your reasoning shouldn't be you're fundamentally opposed to pirating, right? Like, at that point, you're just being stupid. But it is preferable to pirate Hogwarts Legacy than to buy it, right? Personally, I would, like, because there's nothing wrong, like, boycotting Hogwarts Legacy doesn't do anything, right? Right? It's not gonna make J.K. Rowling less transphobic, okay? Like, she's filthy rich no matter what. And because I think the distinction there would be, it doesn't really change the person. Like, boycotting Hogwarts Legacy doesn't change J.K. Rowling, which is the person that everybody has a problem with. Right? Whereas, if you stopped buying meat and, produce that is at the expense of animals, then you could argue that, well, then there is a benefit there. But there's no economic argument for how, consequentially, boycotting Hogwarts Legacy will lead to less suffering. There's no good economic argument for that. Because it J.K. Rowling doesn't get paid to produce transphobia. Yeah, that's the difference. Right? Yeah, that would be the difference, because the product itself, there's nothing wrong with the product, the way the product is being created or the product itself, right? So even if you if you financially supporting the product meant that, oh, they got so much financial support that they came out with a part 2, they came out with Hogwarts Legacy 2, and then as a result of that they make even more money. But it's like, you're not encouraging J.K. Rowling to be more transphobic when you do that, because her transphobia is completely disconnected from the creation of that product. It has nothing to do with it. Same thing with boycotting Bud Light, right? It's like, like, if you're a conservative, you're still an idiot for boycotting it, because one, it does nothing, and two, it's like, I mean, I don't know. Fuck. Now, okay. But then that would make my argument against people who boycott Bud Light weaker. Fuck. And I really don't want that to be the case. I think the people who have made the game have no ties with her other than license. Yeah, exactly. No profit goes to her. Yeah, that too. If no profit goes to her, then there's literally no reason to boycott it. At that point, you're just fucking stupid. Don't even bother pirating it. There's no good reason to. I don't have a problem with pirating, though. I'm not morally opposed to it. Fuck, that's the other thing, is like, I don't know. It's so complicated that, like, so, honestly, I think, okay, personally, though, what I will say, and I should have clarified this in the debate as well, because this was something that I still agree with, that I agreed with before even doing the debate or whatever, which is that it is better to eat meat, but help contribute to systems that would make, like, advocate for systems that would make the that industry less cruel to animals, I guess, than to be vegan but do nothing about the broader issue, right? Femyoz has a point. Still don't want to buy it. It's tainted as fuck. How? Rather let the old hag die alone, and with the little money she can get from the fully ever shrinking transphobic fan base that gives her more money to fund her bullshit. But money doesn't equal happiness. Right? Like, I don't know. Like, it also depends on, does how much of the proceeds go to her directly when people buy Hogwarts Legacy, right? Preferably none. If some do, then it would be preferable to pirate it then. But other than that, I don't think that that's going to change her transphobia. It's not going to make her have a smaller platform, okay? The size of somebody's platform like that is not dictated by their wealth. It can be influenced by it, but I don't think that J.K. Rowling's platform is ever going to shrink if she, doesn't make as much money next year or some shit, right? It's not going to shrink her platform, which is ultimately where the harm would be coming from. But yeah, some situations are hard to compare. Yeah, it's like a weird, like, so my camera's fucking laggy now. Why is it lagging? So annoying. Is it gonna stop? Stop lagging. Please. Okay, wait. Okay, now it's done. Interesting. I don't know why it was lagging so much, but oh well. What? Nope, it's lagging. Still lagging. Okay. Well, should I wrap up stream? I don't know. Unless anyone wants to make last-minute donations, of course. But I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to say, like, I mean, fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to rethink some aspects of my philosophy, because ultimately there is some amount of contradiction, right? I don't know. But don't we all do things that are unethical? But that doesn't necessarily justify it. But not everything we do is justified, and that's just the way things are versus the way things should be. Tech do what it do. Yeah, for real. It be like that. It's annoying. It's very annoying. I don't know. I'm gonna have to watch some debates on veganism. Like, I never had that strong of a position to begin with. It's like, it might be wrong, kind of, but like, it's not you're gonna make a difference if you eat meat, right? And it's like, well, how much, by increasing the demand, the amount to which I would be increasing the demand for meat products, would that increase? How much suffering would that cause animals, right? Versus the amount of happiness I get, which is watch synth debates on veganism or bunks. Yeah, I probably will do that as well. Humans are full of contradictions, and that's what makes them human. Learning in the process is just going through life. Yeah, true. I'm not somebody who, like, is like, oh, if you're a hypocrite one single time, you're a bad person, or like, oh, but it's like, if you know you're a hypocrite and then you don't make changes to change that, it's like, fuck, is that, like, what's worse, that or being intellectually dishonest, or just, you know, not being honest with yourself, even. Like, it's so hard to say. Like, I genuinely don't know what the answer is. And it's like, fuck. It is, like, I do agree that it's wrong to, it is morally on some level wrong to eat meat. At least in, like, an abstract, but, like, not even just an abstract, but, like, consequentially, it seems like, I mean, unless they're wrong about economic shit, and I just misunderstood the source they sent me that explains how economic shit works, then I don't know. I feel like also, I want to know what, personally, I think we should eat less meat, but also instead opt for higher quality farms that offer better standard for the animals, but I might change that opinion one day and cut it out. Yeah, true. Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's also, like, it's, again, I don't believe that eating meat in of itself in a vacuum is wrong. The reason that it could be wrong is because, if you're increasing the demand for it, which increases it could increase the number of animals that they forcibly breed, which increases the amount of animal suffering, right? That would be the argument. But if there are farms that produce products more ethically, it would be preferable to buy from those, right? So I might ultimately, but though it would probably be more expensive. So ideally, what would happen is being a vegan until you're rich enough to support, like, these, like, smaller fucking businesses with more expensive products that are ethical, right? Like the same way you might support a company that's, like, more expensive with their products, but they support the environment or whatever, right? It's like, I think it's more important. I don't think it's that important to be ethical with the products you buy until you're, like, rich, right? You have to have, like, enough spare money where it's like it doesn't realistically, like, impact your life that much. But if it, like, ruins your life to, not eat meat, then it's like, you could argue that it's being selfish, but from a purely, I don't know. Personally, I think, oh wait, no, I already read that. Derailment, but also a bonus. The first source also mentions that Hogwarts Legacy dev teams has its share of weirdos. It's like every team is gonna have its share of weirdos. I don't know. I feel like this is like but then this also gets into if we overthink everything and constantly think about the real, like, extremely indirect ramifications of our actions 24/7, that in of itself could lead to the worsening of human life in general, right? And it might not be worth it at that point, right? It's like, it would suck the fun out of life to constantly be like, this is bad because of this really indirect thing, because this person over here is going to experience slightly more suffering if I do this. And it's like, at what point does adhering to the system of consequentialism and utilitarianism cause harm in of itself? At what point does it cause harm to be consistent, to not be hypocritical? Because to not be hypocritical requires some amount of effort on every individual person, right? But how much effort is worth it? What is the alternative, right? But it's like if we boycott every company that, shit. If us not boycotting certain companies leads, because of economic reasons, to more negative outcomes, then it like, fuck, I mean, I don't know, then can we buy anything, really? Like, when do we stop? Like, when does it stop? When do we stop over analyzing shit, right? When do we have to, like, admit, you know what, I'm doing something wrong, I know it's wrong, but I'm gonna do it anyway? Like, at what point does that become justification in of itself? And I honestly don't know. Never didn't want to pirate a game anyways, whatever. Yeah, you can pirate games. I mean, look, if we, let's say, pirate every single game that has a dev team of weirdos, like, what is that going to do? Oh, well, now there are less games which produce human happiness, and you're also depriving yourself of human happiness along with many others. So at that point, it's not worth it, right? So, but realistically, how much human happiness does eating animal products cause? Because I would argue, for me, it causes a lot of human happiness. It's like, but because it's so disconnected. But, like, would I ever go to an animal farm and farm the animals myself, assuming that there's, like, no work on my end required, assuming I have it requires me to exert zero effort. It's just me. All I have to do is, like, imagine an animal die, like, be in one of these situations, and then it happens, and then that's my only source of meat. But it still happens, right? I don't even think I would do that. I wouldn't imagine that scenario into existence to get meat. I don't know. Not even if it was for free, right? Like, if that was a way for me to get free meat, was to manifest my own imaginary version of an animal farm, but I could only do it if it's an unethical one, where I'm causing suffering and I have to see the suffering, I don't think I could do it. I genuinely think that I wouldn't be able to do it. I genuinely believe that even though it would, save me money, I don't think I would be able to stomach it, right? So fuck, I don't know. A dev team could be built off of weirdos, but their games could really help someone. There is two sides to everything. It's difficult. Yeah, think about Minecraft, for example. Like, Notch is a fucking loser, right? Like, he's a fucking inbred, degenerate piece of shit loser who doesn't like trans people for literally no other reason than because he says so. So he just doesn't like trans people. He's a fucking incel, weirdo, degenerate loser piece of shit, neck-bearded cunt. And, but Minecraft has positively impacted so many people, myself included. So it's like, would the world be a better place without Notch? I don't think so. I think that any wrongdoing he's done, or any of the stupid shit he's said, does not compare to Minecraft as a game and the amount of positive impact it's had on the world. As for the animal industry, I don't know how much of a positive impact it's had on humanity, right? You'd have to compare the positive impact it has on humanity to the negative impact caused to the animals, right? And genuinely, I don't know. I don't have the answer. Like, the world's a depressing place, right? So if you think about I also feel like you have to put a limit to it, right? You can only care about so many issues before you become as miserable as the people you're trying to advocate for, right? If everybody advocates to the most extreme, like, the reason why I'm not in favor of that is because it's like you're doing yourself a disservice. You are making yourself miserable when you are a good person with good intent, right? So there's battles that you should pick and choose, right? And other ones maybe you should be indifferent to, right? Maybe, I guess, I don't know. Because I don't know. Florida just signed a law that allows the death penalty with an 8-4 jury vote instead of unanimously, and capital punishment would also be given to those who commit sexual crimes against children. I mean, I don't really care about that. It's like, oh, darn, the sexual predator dies. It doesn't affect me, and their life is worthless. Don't get me wrong, the criminal justice system is fucked up, but that's not why. And don't get me wrong, Florida is fucked, but this centrist position doesn't look good right now. What do you want me to do? Become a staunch vegan overnight, or like take a more centrist approach than I used to, which was not anti-vegan, but there's nothing really wrong with eating meat approach, right? I was open-minded though. But it's like all I'm doing is processing the information and coming to a conclusion, but I haven't come to a conclusion yet. It's not that I'm trying to like appease people, right? There's a difference between being centrist because you're not sure yet and being a centrist because you want to appeal to everybody and then ultimately appeal to nobody, right? No, I don't care about vegan. Then what do you mean? I'm not against the death penalty. You know that, right? Death in of itself is not necessarily even something that causes human suffering. I would honestly, like personally, I would rather just die like 5 seconds after I get convicted of if I were to get convicted of a felony. I've never committed a felony before, but let's say I did, or let's say I was accused of one and then I got convicted, or like falsely convicted, right? I would honestly rather die 5 seconds after being convicted. I would rather somebody just like inject me with like special killing juice than to have to serve a life sentence in prison. I feel like a lot of people, at least, like especially when it comes to like people that are like super mentally ill and like can't participate in society ever because but like they've committed a crime, should be able to like choose between life in prison versus death. And I personally would choose death. And I think that is a fundamental human right. Right? It's like putting you out of your misery. All right? But the only reason that you wouldn't want that to be an option is if you want that person to suffer. Now, there are some people that are very deserving of suffering, right? Like child rapists. But even then, it's like you can't be 100% certain that any given person is guilty of a crime. Like the standard is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But I shouldn't be forced to live I don't think anybody, I don't know. I'm so pro death penalty that I think that everybody should have it, but only optionally. I'm pro optional death penalty where people get to choose if they die or not. Right? Because ultimately, I don't think that if your goal is to punish people, the death penalty is not more of a punishment than a life sentence. I would argue it's less of one. Because ultimately, the amount of suffering that person is going to experience is going to be less. other than maybe if you like account for the suffering they experience on death row, maybe that would amount to more because like, oh, they're fearful for their life. It really depends on the person and how much they care about living. But personally, I would rather just die sooner than live like whatever, like 60 years in prison. Are you fucking kidding me? I'd probably try to fucking kill myself. You know? Sorry, I'm just so angry about what's happening in Florida and how much no, it's not both sides are bad. You're misunderstanding. Don't get me wrong. Ron DeSantis is fucking evil, okay? But he's not evil because of the death penalty. He's evil because of the fucking policy, the anti-trans bullshit. That's why he's evil. And he has done other fucked up shit too that I'm not gonna get into. But just because Ron DeSantis is evil does not mean that every action he does is bad. Most actions he does are bad, and he's a net negative to society. But that doesn't mean I'm necessarily gonna take a position against his position on the death penalty. Ultimately, I think that the death penalty in some circumstances may actually minimize human suffering. Though I don't support keeping people on death row for an extended period of time, because there is no benefit. There is no utilitarian benefit to that. And frankly, like, unless somebody is super deserving of suffering, like they really deserve to be punished, and you want to really deter other people, like that's the only argument you can make. Right? And suffering behind closed doors is fucking useless. There's no utility to it. Right? Like, really, realistically, who feels happy, right? It's like, I don't know. Like, the only reason that, that revenge can be okay is because, if the person who did something bad against you, like, you know, if they did a bad thing against you, it's like, now you are justified in doing something back, right? And it also, the reason I live by that, the mindset of treating others the way they treat me, is I'm de-incentivizing treating me like shit. If I'm just nice to everybody, people are gonna walk all over me, right? Even if I'm only, like, assertive, but, like, not mean, it's like people are still more likely to try to start shit with me. As opposed to if I'm gonna, if people know I'm gonna fuck them over, if they try to fuck me over, then it's like they're less likely to. I don't want to overtake too much, but I can offer a brief insight on my personal situation regarding meat. Maybe later. I'm trying to fucking figure this out on my own, frankly. I'm sorry, I'm just angry about what's happening in Florida. Oh, wait. But they keep equating trans people and drag queens to groomers. Yes, that's the problem I have. I know who they're referring to when they enacted this law. Wait, was that? Oh, shit, yeah, you got a point. Fuck. Okay, now that you've said that in context, you know what? In a vacuum, I disagreed with you on the that being the punishment, but now that you're giving the context, fuck. No, that's the thing is though, it's like it's so annoying because when I hear sexual predator, the first thing that comes to my mind isn't fucking trans people and drag queens. Like I think of somebody molesting a child. So it's like I don't even think about it, and it's like it goes over my head sometimes, even though I'm like in this space. Right, it's like even I can fucking miss the point. I'm guessing that this might be another complicated American law to move control to a certain demographic with using something that is genuinely bad and push it onto people that aren't. Yeah, exactly. I'm not opposed to the death penalty being enacted upon actual sexual predators. I'm opposed to it being enacted upon trans people. But I think this is, you could use this, however, as an argument of, yeah, this is an example of if you put it in the bigger picture, yeah, it's just another example of the trans genocide at the end of the day. I'm sorry for being assertive. No, you're not being assertive, or you're not being too assertive. You're just stating your opinion, and I don't even necessarily disagree with you. I'm angry and worried. Yeah, same. Again, and where I was going with this before, right, is like, you can only be an activist for so much before it causes your own human suffering to an extent where if everybody was to cause that much human suffering, it's like the even if your activism is successful, I don't necessarily know if it's going to be worth all of the human suffering that was required to get there. I mean, sure, you could argue the ends justify the means, but it's like, what if those aren't the only means that can get you there, right? And then it's like, well, then you suffered for nothing, right? It's like, in the grand scheme of things, I think that we should vote for politicians that that are against, you know, some of the shit that happens in the meat industries, right? We should be in favor of more regulations on meat industries, right? We want more government regulation, right? But what you can do as an individual person versus what you should do from a moral standpoint versus what can you reasonably do without negatively affecting your own life to an extent where it's not worth it, right? Because if everybody stops eating meat, like, obviously that's going to make humanity as a whole less happy, right? And it's like, okay, but how much is humanity's well-being worth compared to that of other sentient life forms that are not human beings? It's like, well, they are, to an extent, less conscious than we are and less self-aware and whatnot, so it shouldn't be taken nearly as much into account, but it's not nothing, right? It's still consciousness. It's still there's, you know, like, they're still sentient life forms. Tangentially related, but this reminds me of the anti-groomer protest the school was having. I avoided assisting because I wasn't sure if what they meant by grooming. No, literally, that's why I fucking hate, like, these people are so dishonest and they will just, like, dog whistle, right? It's like, yeah, grooming children is bad, but, like, trans people don't fucking do that. So, North America right-wingers meant consider, you don't know what they mean. The school I'm in has bigoted ideas. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like, it's so hard to, like, tell when people are dog whistling, because, like, when I hear, oh, they're killing sexual predators, it's like, I hear that and I don't think, that, like, I don't hear that and immediately think, oh, you know, that's terrible or whatever. It's like, oh, I think, oh, that's not so bad. And when I'm not directly thinking of things through a political lens, I'm gonna hear that and think, oh, that's not so bad. But I think part of it, the issue, like, sometimes I'm going to be more centrist when I'm thinking of things from a philosophical standpoint, because I'm going to be looking at things from, like, a vacuum almost, and analyzing it from there, without the context of society, right? But when I account for this context of society, which obviously you kind of had to do for me, because I was thinking of in a more abstract sense at the time, it's like, you almost had to explain it to me like I'm a third grader again. And this is why I don't think centrists are bad people, right? It's like, they just don't understand the weight of their positions. So it's like, you have to, like, go back to square one and teach them about the dog whistles. And even though you can sound kind of loony when it's like, oh, they actually mean this when they say this, and they mean this when they say this. It's like, but if you can substantiate it, and support your claims with statistics and prove that there are certain consequential outcomes to certain ideologies, you can start to move those people over, right? I mean, fuck, somebody that I get, like, there's a Minecraft YouTuber I really like, IBXToyCat. He's fucking chronically centrist, okay? Like, more so than you can possibly imagine. But it's not because he's, like, a bad person or, like, doesn't care about the well-being. It's because he's not political, he's apolitical, and anything he looks at is not going to be through the lens of politics. And and a lot of people fall into the trap of thinking that, oh, you shouldn't look at things through the lens of politics because you're going to be dogmatic. But you can look at things through the lens of politics without necessarily being dogmatic. You just all it really means to look at things through the lens of politics is to account for things like dog whistling and what people mean when they say groomer, right? When right-wingers say the word groomer, they don't actually mean groomer anymore. They just mean trans person or drag queen, right? So it's like, you know, but it's easy to look at it in a vacuum and be like, well, yeah, obviously grooming children and sexually harassing people is bad. But it's like, but, like, that's not accounting for the fact that people are using using the term groomer interchangeably with trans person, right? But if you if you ask a centrist, if a trans person is a groomer, chances are they're gonna say no. Like, that they have nothing to do with each other. But if you ask them, if you're a conservative and you ask them, and you're acting in bad faith, you would be in favor of, like, locking up child predators and groomers and shit, right? And they would be like, well, yeah, obviously. Because they don't know what they mean when they say child predator and groomer, right? Because when conservatives say child predator, they don't actually mean child predator. And if you look at the actual context they're saying it in, they are specifically talking about trans people. And they've become more overt about it over time. But, like the war on drugs that started out as a church thing and later became a thing used to control a certain demographic. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, drugs are bad. We don't like drugs. Drugs are bad. And the world would be a better place if we decrease drug addiction and be dealing drugs. But it's like they're not looking at the bigger picture there. I guess you're right, and I know that centrists are not bad people, but what bothers me is that it feels like they should pick a side at this point because of how... But that's the thing, is they don't understand that dichotomy exists. They're not aware of the dichotomy. They hear conservative talking points and they don't understand what conservatives mean. They don't know what any of the dog whistles are. Because they're not aware of the dog whistles, because they're not politically literate, they're not prepared to take any of that into account. So no matter what, because they don't know what either side is saying, they're being charitable. What they're doing is they're trying to be charitable to both sides and assume that both sides have good intent. When obviously that's not the case. But that's because we know that because we're politically informed. But they're not politically informed enough to know that most conservatives, or at least most conservative politicians, are acting in bad faith. As I see it, centrists are either ignorant or right-wingers that smoke weed. That's true. Maybe we can save somebody like Moist Critical from norminess. Yeah, that's true. No, people like Moist Critical and IBX are not malicious by any means. They're chronically centrist, sure, but it's just because they're apolitical, and I don't think that anybody is obligated to be political. Now, if somebody is being forced to pick a side, I feel like that, nobody should feel forced to pick a side, right? Like, that's not gonna cause that. Like, if they feel like they're forced to pick one side or another, they're just gonna go with the opposite of the side that they feel the most pressure from, right? That's generally what they're gonna do, because they don't actually understand what either side is advocating for. So they're just gonna take the contrarian position. Fuck, that's what Grimsey did with the Sunny V2 thing. Many factors, including MC, YT, Destiny, Keffals, played a role in my whiplash into the left. Yeah, well, it's good to move people to the left, but you have to be strategic about it. You can't just shit on centrists. For context, the devil's lettuce got banned because it was mostly grown and used in Africa, therefore banning their culture and using it to control the local... Yeah. I'd fear a repeat of history with the new laws that have bad... Yeah, and that's a valid criticism. And Alex Jones calling people autistic, ended up calling myself an autist from now on. No more pussy behavior with Asperger's. Fuck that shit. Yeah, I don't know. None of it matters to me as long as, for me, when it comes to the language people use, I am a staunch advocate for using words that people actually fucking know what you're saying when you say them, right? That's why I hate dog whistling. If I have a controversial take, I'm gonna make it very fucking obvious what I mean when I say what I'm saying, right? I'm not gonna sugarcoat what I say, because that's fucking bullshit, okay? People need to know what I am saying. And if that means that I'm abrasive or whatever, and that people dislike me or whatever, so be it. As long as I can still, push people to the left. I mean, that's ultimately my goal here, at least to an extent. My goal is also to be entertaining, to make people happy, etc. To be intellectually honest. Those are all things that I value. However, that being said, I think that ultimately, no matter what, I think that there are, and sometimes there are times where it is genuinely better to be subtle when trying to convert centrists to the left by framing arguments as apolitical ones. Because ultimately what you're really doing is you're reframing things that they already believe into something slightly more political. You're reframing their already existing beliefs into political policy positions. That's all you're doing. And that is the best way you can do it. You don't present it as a dichotomy of right bad, left good all the time, unless you're going to substantiate it. If you can substantiate it, then great. I substantiate it all the time. And that's why I don't just start off every stream or video by saying the right is bad. The right is bad because I said so, lol. The right is cringe. Imagine being a right-winger. You should die if you're a right-winger. Haha. Right? It's like, okay, that's fucking stupid, obviously. Like, those aren't good arguments. But if you can make a good case for why the right is bad, and you can demonstrate the right going against things that centrists believe in, then centrists are inevitably going to move more to the left because they're not even changing their positions necessarily. All that is happening is you are exposing them to what the right-wing positions actually are and how bad they are. And as a result of that, they're going to be less likely to align themselves with the right. As soon as they find out, it's like, yeah, like they're gonna side with the left because they're not bad people. I found you because I wanted to know how to be a femboy, and so far I'm enjoying your commentary on worldly matters. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, I switch back and forth between femboy content and debate bro content, but I've really gotten into the debate bro stuff recently. I got threatened with a gun by a right-winged dickhead. I think I have more than one argument, lol. Yeah, the reason I'm a pro-gun lefty, and I don't mean this in like a, oh, if I were to construct a society from scratch, it would have a lot of guns or anything. But given the fact that we have guns, I would rather that everybody have guns than just our political opponents. So I think it is good and beneficial for left-wingers, especially trans people who are the most at risk, to arm themselves, right? Because there are genuine people there are people that genuinely want to fucking kill us, right? Especially in certain areas of the world. If you live in a safe area, great. Maybe it's not as necessary. But when I have the means to, I'm probably gonna get myself a gun if I deem it like a beneficial thing, right? Might want to add that was in Germany, frick. I think in Germany they restricted gun rights for the minority groups that they wanted to oppress, while deregulating them for the Aryan race. What are your opinions on gun control? I think gun control should be applied, but only in sometimes. I know that's a hot take. Gun control is good, but only sometimes. I know that's crazy. I don't think that like super strict gun, like I don't think that preventing mentally ill people, like on the basis of like mental illness, is good, because that can be used to against autistic people and people with depression and people that are trans, right? Conservatives could use that very type of gun control against us. So if we were to try and implement gun control that prevents mentally ill people, for instance, because our goal is to get, psychotic people to not get guns, we'd be towing a very fine line there because, people with gender dysphoria are mentally ill. Oh, well, what about the 41% thing? Oh, well, they're depressed. Oh, autistic people are more mentally ill. And then it's like, oh, well, now none of these people can get guns. And it makes it easier to commit genocide against them. It makes them more defenseless. It makes mentally ill people an easier target. In that sense, I'm pro-gun. However, if for instance somebody has a history of domestic violence, they shouldn't be allowed to get guns. There's no benefit from that, right? There's no benefit to somebody who's diagnosed with sociopathy being able to get a gun. Or a diagnosed psychopath to be able to get a gun. You should talk to Bunk about if he went a full 180 on gun control. Guns are very restricted there, but, if there is a will, there's a way. Yeah, well, it's not about like that entirely. It's about the fact of the matter is, right-wingers are gonna want guns no matter what, right? And a lot of them are gonna have them no matter what. The least we can do is defend ourselves. And we would be shooting ourselves in the foot if we were to be like, mentally ill people shouldn't be able to have guns. Because that would include trans people. Okay, trans people are seen as mentally ill. And while obviously transgenderism isn't a fucking mental illness, but gender dysphoria is. And most gender dysphoric people end up being trans, right? So that's like a pretty substantial, and like that's the group of people that needs gender affirming care the most. That like needs to have their gender affirmed the most. So they'd be the most targeted. Kind of good news, though. Colorado has become a safe haven for abortion and transgender care. Based Colorado? My dad wanted to get a gun, but I wouldn't trust myself with one because of my health. Yeah, no, I understand that. If you don't trust yourself with one, don't feel obligated to get one. Can autistic people be discriminated against as of today, though? Absolutely. So far, I'm not kicking the bag of right-wingers right now, and Elon Musk is a retard playing for right... Okay, but autistic is such a generic term that can be applied to so many people. And it's like, the more autistic you are, the more obvious that your autism is, like, the more at risk you would be of being discriminated against, right? Somebody like me, I'm not going to be discriminated against on the basis of my autism, right? Like, nobody gives a fuck about that. I've there's only been, like, 1 or 2 instances where I've, like... Well, I mean, okay, there have been... Okay, well, there have been instances in which the school system has discriminated against me. But there's also been instances where the school system has benefited me. And while the school system is obviously fucked up in a lot of ways, I'm talking more interpersonally, right? At least right now, not necessarily, like, obviously I'm talking about some systemic issues, but I'm not talking about school, right? But, like, somebody, at least, you know, like, aside from, like school system aside, autistic, like, I'm not going to be discriminated against on the basis of my autism, and if anything, at this point, it will benefit me more than anything else, right? It used to be a hindrance, but I think it might benefit me now to be diagnosed with it. But like I'm more likely to get discriminated against on the basis of my gender identity, right? Like nobody fucking cares about my autism. They care about the fact that I'm a femboy and that I'm gender nonconforming. It's predominantly something to step on for other minorities, but autistic people by themselves are not quite discriminated that badly. Just minimized in a dangerous way. Yeah, well, there is a genuine slippery slope, and it's not fallacious to say that, yeah, it's fucking scary, right? It's like, I don't think that my autism is going to become something that's targeted, but I think that there are people that are further down the spectrum that don't know how to, any autistic person who isn't able or willing to be an assimilationist for their own well-being might be targeted, right? So I could easily be to an extent, in terms of how I present information, I might be somewhat of an assimilationist, okay? I'm a great public speaker. You wouldn't expect that from an autistic person. I'm good at socially interacting with people. The only difference is the way in which I think, the way in which I come to conclusions, and that's why I have so many weird beliefs and opinions. That's why there might be a little bit of disconnect sometimes, but you wouldn't watch my stream for the first time and automatically think that I'm autistic unless this is the first stream you're watching. Okay, you're not thinking about my autism. Same thing with Vaush. You're not thinking about his autism 24/7 when you watch his stream, right? I mean, I know I sure don't. Like, I don't give a fuck about autism, right? It's just a word. It's just a label. And ultimately, whether or not I'm labeled as something does not dictate who I am as a person. It does not ultimately mean that I am obligated to fit into some sort of box, nor is anybody else who is, labeled a certain way obligated to fit into that box either, right? But I don't know. First stream I seen, wouldn't have known. Exactly. You wouldn't, the only reason you know is because I said something, right? And also, this is, like, I think there were, people, like, there was, like, a policy position, like, a policy being proposed that, like, aims to specifically make it harder for people that are depressed and autistic to get gender-affirming care, which is really fucked up. So it's not like mentally ill people aren't discriminated against. Like, you gotta be, like, they're using it as a way to discriminate against trans people, and, like, they're using mental illness as a means to discriminate against trans people, and vice versa. They're using transgenderism, anti-trans shit to discriminate against mentally ill people to make them even more mentally ill. Right? Like, it goes both ways, and they know that. But conservative politicians are evil. They either are indifferent to the well-being of their constituency, or they actively want to harm it. But anyways, I'm going to be ending stream real soon, so if you all enjoyed this stream, yeah, it's sad, exactly. If you guys enjoyed this epic live stream, make sure to smash like and subscribe, if you're new here. If anyone wants to make any last-minute donations, go for it. Here now is your last chance. it always is good when people financially support me. If not, you are not obligated to do so. Nobody is obligated to benefit me in that way, okay? I believe that a net neutral or positive impact on your surroundings is valid, okay? So if you have a even if your impact on me is net neutral, which ultimately it's positive if you're giving me watch time, right? Even if you give me a minute of watch, well, I don't know, because then if you decrease the average audience retention or whatever the fuck, then that might I don't know. Either way, that's not the point. The point is, smash like and subscribe if you haven't already. And I will see all of you motherfuckers in the next one, I think. Subbed, hoped to learn more ways of the Femboi and more commentary. Hell yeah, based and red pilled. Based and red pilled. Please unban me. Alright, I will after stream if I remember, which I probably will. Goodbye, Honey Buns, #1 Bussy consumer. I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye, Toki. Goodbye, Rain Barath. Goodbye, Gacho Ingles. Who else? I think that's the main people that are active right now. Goodbye, In League with Satan. Yeah. Alright, I hope you all enjoyed this epic live stream. Balls. So true, Atlas. Goodbye, Atlas. You tuned in at the end. Oh, darn. However, the VODs are almost always going to be entertaining.